Chapter 726, pretending one of them was the Zhao family, who had wronged the Shao family before. The Shao family found it odd that the Zhao family would come to their door bearing gifts. Did they really believe that a few presents could erase their past transgressions? Zhao Guangyin, the housekeeper, as well as 2 servants from the Zhao family arrived with elaborately wrapped gifts. The first section of the Shao family became furious upon hearing of the guests' arrival. Fang shouted loudly, "How dare you come to the door? Get out of my place!" Shao Sanlang punched directly at Zhao Guangjin's face. "You are staining our floor. Get lost now." Zhao Guangyin was totally confused, asking sternly in a mess. "When did we offend you? You are over the top, how can you punch us for no reason?" "So what? We did not punch you at your door because we don't have time. If you dare come to us, we will punch you every time you do." Shao Yunduan sneered coldly, "Are you putting on a dumb show, young Master Zhao?" "Well played." Zhao Guangyin was even more confused than angry. He knew that something must have happened. "I really don't have a clue, then you can ask when you are at home." Shao Yunduan interrupted him. "Leave now or we will continue to punch you." Faced with the intimidating demeanor of the Shao family, Zhao Guangyin left in a hurry without saying a word. On his way back, he couldn't help but ask his housekeeper, "Did second young Master Zhao do something to offend the Shao family again?" The housekeeper remained silent, trembling with fear from the encounter at the Shao family's doorstep. Zhao Guangyin couldn't help but wonder if the housekeeper was aware of something that he wasn't. The housekeeper suggested, "Perhaps you should ask the second young master himself, he might know what is going on." The Zhao family had 1 head housekeeper and 2 deputy housekeepers. This particular deputy housekeeper served Zhao Guangyin exclusively and was promoted by him. He was treated differently from the other 2 housekeepers and was somewhat alienated from them. He only focused on carrying out tasks assigned to him by the first young master, and disregarded anything else that happened in the family. So he was not in a position to comment on old master and second young master's behavior. Zhao Guangyin got angry. "Spill it now." The housekeeper sighed emotionally and spilled the story, in a staggering way. What happened at the Yang village was a huge thing, and it was solved directly on the spot. Young Xiaoni was fast, so she did not even run into Zhao Guanghua. Also, Shao Yunduan was provincial champion, and when he decided to take Yang Xian's side, no one dared to spread the rumor about Yang Xiaoni at all. Or things would have gone worse. This kind of thing would always turn ridiculous and fall beyond the truth when it was spread around. Women always became the victim of the topic. Zhao Guangyin really had no idea about this. He was busy with business and fields and hazus. He had no time to care about family affairs. Also, the second young master was very wild and no one dared to spill the secret to anybody else, or tell him about this humiliation. Zhao Guangjin's heart sank, as he said, shivering. How could this have happened? Was he mental? How dare he do this? He already has 3 maids serving him, isn't it enough? He even dared to steal a married woman. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Zhao Guangyin felt so annoyed as his face turned red. He was getting very anxious at the moment. Chapter 727. No talk about second young master. It's no surprise that the first section of the Shao family looked at him strangely, that Shao Sanlang punched him, and that recommended man Shao treated him coldly. How could he have even considered stealing a married woman? Such an act was unforgivable, especially considering that Shao Yunduan was the provincial champion and his wife was Officer Qiao's daughter. Officer Qiao might not have paid attention to Ms. Qiao before. But things were different now. Zhao Guangyin felt coldness going through his body and his heart almost stopped throbbing. He felt desperate. The housekeeper smiled bitterly. With his head lowered, he did not dare defend anyone, he did not dare to say anything about the second young master. In his position, the deputy housekeeper remembered that the first young master had to intervene and tell the second young master to stop. The first young master explained that the second young master was like that, and his orders needed to be followed, or he might seek revenge quickly. That was why he never stepped forward to help when the second young master started to give him a hard time. Young master only consoled him and gave him 5 liang. He accepted the money and thanked the first young master. There was nothing else he could do about it. He was just a deputy housekeeper, and he could not do anything about that. After that incident, the deputy housekeeper made a conscious decision to pretend not to know anything about the second young master's actions. When the first young master asked him about it, he remained tight-lipped. Why should he reveal any secrets? He did not want to become the target of the second young master's anger. Instead, the first young master would allow the second young master to vent his anger before defending him and putting an end to it all. He was uncertain whether the first young master's approach was the right one, but he knew he didn't want to be the target of the second young master's temper. He had already suffered enough and didn't want to shorten his lifespan due to this. However, the situation was complicated. The second young master had caused a lot of trouble, and the Xiao family was not known for forgiving easily. If the matter was not resolved properly and the Xiao family did not forgive them, the Zhao family might run into significant trouble. Zhao Guangyin felt so distressed. But his father was not at home. So he had to ask someone to get his father back and tried to fix it all. At the Zhang village, Ms.Zhang had just been divorced and sent back to her mother's family when news broke that Shao Yunduan had become the provincial champion. Although Shao Yunduan was from the first section of the family, those from the other sections were also considered family, and they should have benefited from his success. They would never have to worry about food and clothing again. Ms. Zhang and her family were dumbfounded by the news, and Mrs. Zhang became furious, shouting and even striking her own legs. The Xiao family is bullying us. They looked down on us and divorced our daughter. I won't stand for this. Chapter 728, Ms. Zhang's intention misses. Zhang lashed out at both the Xiao family and Ms. Zhang. You're so useless. You've been married to them for so long, given birth to a son and a daughter, and they still drive you out of the family. What good are you anyway? Ms. Zhang couldn't hold back her tears, and they began to trickle down her face as she sobbed. She didn't even dare cry in front of her mother because she knew she would only be met with more cursing and beatings. Zhang Debao, meanwhile, had forgotten about the punches he had received from the Xiao family and joined in. Yeah, the Xiao family is terrible. They drove the second sister out of the family on purpose. Why must we be bullied? Second sister has given birth to the lineal children of the family, and they can't just ignore her completely. Mom, send the second sister back to the Xiao family. The Xiao family was now flourishing, and Mrs. Zhang knew that if she could somehow remain connected to them, her family would surely benefit from it. There was no point in staying at her own home since she wasn't earning any money. Ms. Zhang also shared the same intention of returning to the Xiao family. She missed her children and her husband and had to admit that her life at her mother-in-law's home was much better than her life at her own home, despite her mother-in-law's constant scolding. Mrs. Zhang agreed with her son's suggestion and said, "That's right. Let's go back to the Xiao family. If your wicked mother-in-law still refuses to accept you, then go and plead with Xiao Erlang and your children. You gave birth to them, and they should listen to you. If you can't even control your own children, then what's the use of you being here at home all day?" Zhang couldn't bring herself to look up and speak. She was doing her best to stay close to their uncle, but her children hardly ever saw him, and they didn't believe her words. Meanwhile, her mother-in-law kept giving her chores to do, leaving her with barely any time to take care of her children. As they talked, Mr. Zhang chimed in, "Why rush into things? Let's wait a bit longer. We've spoken with the land officer and elderly men, and they've promised to help us out." According to the old saying, marriages should not be broken up without good reason. Our daughter hasn't done anything wrong, and the land officer should intervene on our behalf. Mrs. Zhang nodded in agreement. She felt reassured by her husband's words. The next day, Mr. Zhang went to the land officer and the elderly men and asked for their assistance. To their relief, things went more smoothly than expected. They all agreed to help, seeing it as a way to strengthen their own community ties. What was more, Shao Yunduan was the top-ranked candidate and likely to enter the government office soon. Having a relative like Ms. Zhang in their family would certainly be advantageous for the Zhangs. So, the land officer and other villagers from Zhang village accompanied Ms. Zhang to Xiaoding village. However, they were unsure whether she should first return to the second section of the family or visit the first section to offer congratulations. They agreed to visit the provincial champion first. It was always better to approach with a smile than to be turned away. Relatives and friends were already visiting the Shao family to offer their congratulations, so the Zhang family should do the same. The provincial champion would surely accept their well wishes, and if they were accepted, then Ms.Zhang would be accepted too. Chapter 729. Ms. Fang's Annoyance. If they could just express their regrets and offer apologies, perhaps the second section of the Shao family could accept Ms. Zhang completely. Although Mrs. Zhang initially did not want to apologize, Mr. Zhang insisted, and she had to oblige. After all, it was the Zhang family's fault for being caught red-handed by Liulang, so an apology was necessary. Despite her reluctance, Mrs. Zhang kept her objections to herself and agreed to apologize. When the Zhang family arrived at Shouting Village, they went straight to the first section of the Shao family. Many guests had already visited to offer their congratulations and kind words. Thus, when the group from Zhang village arrived, the first section of the Shao family happened to be free to receive guests. As the group approached the door, Songshi, who was standing guard, was startled by their size and hurried off to inform the family. Ms. Fang, eldest uncle, and Xiao Yunduan all came to greet them, but their expressions darkened upon seeing that the group was from Zhang village. The land officer and the elderly men from Zhang village offered their congratulations and kind words to Ms. Fang, who responded politely. Eldest uncle even invited them inside the house. However, Ms. Fang shouted, "Hang on!" She threw a cold look at Ms. Zhang. The Zhang family must not be here. We don't accept such evil women. She is staining our floor. Ms. Fang had always disliked Ms. Zhang, and after what Ms. Zhang did to her son and got divorced, her resentment grew even stronger. She glared at Xiao Yunduan and Xiao Xiaoqi, blaming them for meddling in her family affairs and causing her so much trouble. She even wished them a miserable life. Ms. Fang's grudge against Ms. Zhang remained deep. Ms. Zhang and the Zhang family may have regretted their actions, but it was too late to make amends in Ms. Fang's eyes. Mrs. Zhang was so annoyed. "We are relatives. We have no vicious relatives like you. Ms. Zhang is divorced and you have just accepted the letter. We have nothing to do with you." "What? Glaring back at me? What are you thinking? Throwing temper at my place?" Xiao Yunduan added. "Mom is right. The Zhang family are not ethical people and we have nothing to do with each other anymore. They are not accepted to our door. But the others are welcomed inside." But Mr. Zhang's expression turned to anger, although he tried to maintain a smile on his face. "Recommended man Shao, we are here to pass on our congratulations with sincerity. My daughter used to be your sister-in-law, and as a scholar, you should understand the importance of proper etiquette." "Of course he does." Ms. Fang sneered. "That's why we're not associating with you." "Sister-in-law? She is not." "If everyone follows your example and comes to my door uninvited, am I supposed to welcome bandits and hooligans as well? This is not proper etiquette, and it's tarnishing our family's reputation." Qiao Xian added. "Mom is totally right." Yang Xiaoni nodded. "Yes, absolutely right." The land officer and the others exchanged a look between themselves, feeling quite embarrassed. They had not expected the conversation to turn this way. Trying to ease the tension, the land officer smiled and spoke up. "Ms. Zhang made a mistake, but even saints make mistakes and learn from them. Perhaps she deserves another chance. She has been doing well in her current home, raising children, respecting her in-laws, taking care of her husband and household duties. She is a diligent person." Chapter 730. Rejection. What do you say we go inside and discuss this in private? After all, we're here to congratulate and discuss the family affairs of Ms. Zhang and Xiao Erlang, and it's unfortunate that a family has been broken up. The children are still so young, and Ms. Zhang isn't a criminal, right? Eldest uncle had a kind heart and was mindful of his reputation, so he couldn't bear to see the Zhang family begging for forgiveness at the door. The land officer's words only added to his discomfort. He was about to ask the guests to come into the door. Yes, we can talk in the room because I feel it is not easy to talk it through clearly within a short while." "Oh yeah, that is great. The Zhang family are not welcome inside," Ms. Fang retorted sharply to eldest uncle. Her expression turned even darker as she continued. Yunduan is now a provincial champion and our family has a good reputation. We cannot allow these types of people to ruin it. Not just the Zhang family. But anyone like them should never be allowed into our home. Shao Yunduan added, I'll agree with my mother. Land Officer Zhang and elderly men, that's what I meant. The others hesitated and turned to eldest uncle for his decision. Feeling annoyed that his wife and son were publicly humiliating him, eldest uncle responded, Yunduan may have achieved success, but we cannot turn away villagers. While we are not related, we can still treat them as guests and offer them hospitality. You old man, how dare you accept such a despicable family? Are you happy to see Yunduan's reputation tarnished? Ms. Fang exclaimed, her anger boiling over. She stomped hard on the floor in frustration. Why do you call us despicable? It is your whole family that is despicable. Your family divorced our daughter and now your son has become a recommended man. You think you are of a higher class and we are beneath you. Mrs. Zhang continued, her voice rising with each word. If you didn't like us, your family should never have married our daughter. She has given birth to children for the Shao family and worked for you for so many years. And now you are just driving her away? How can she be summoned and dismissed so easily? Our daughter was a complete woman before she married into this family, and she would never have done such a thing if not for you. She is a sister, and it is her duty to help her brother. What is wrong with that? How could you force her to make that mistake? You made her do it. Mrs. Zhang's voice was raised, her anger palpable. Elle spared no efforts to raise a daughter and gave her to your family. She was just trying to help her brother. What is wrong with that? She continued. We are not finished with this. We will not be bullied. Everyone present. Young Xiaoni's eyes widened as she listened to the argument. She spoke up quietly, but that's not right. Second sister-in-law, or rather, Ms. Zhang, you were the daughter-in-law of the second branch of the family, not ours. Why are you complaining here? And I have never seen a mother treat her son like this. How can such a mistake be seen as something positive? Your family is really scary. Qiao Xian snorted. My husband being a provincial champion has nothing to do with you. The announcement was made by the county, not us. And Ms. Zhang's mistake and subsequent removal from the family has nothing to do with my husband's success either. Chapter 731. Not deserving. Elle cannot believe you had the audacity to call my mother horrible. You were the one who made the first mistake by coming to our home and insulting us. If you dare to set foot in our house again today, we will ensure that you face utter humiliation. Young Xiaoni said, very right. Everyone present. Ms. Fang snorted and glanced proudly at the two daughter-in-laws of hers. Things were different now. She was safeguarded by people as well. No one could bully her anymore. Mrs. Zhang was so annoyed. You? How? The others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disdain as they directed their disapproval towards Mrs. Zhang. They regretted believing Ms. Zhang and now questioned her character, especially considering the behavior of her children. Agreeing to accompany them here to reconcile with the Shao family was a grave mistake, and they couldn't help but feel humiliated by the whole situation. Qiao Xian had recently dispatched someone to summon the second section of the family, telling them that the Zhang family had returned with demands for money. Their intention was to use the first section of the family's assistance as leverage against the second section of the family, coercing them into making a deal. Ms. Niu had always been irritated by Ms. Zhang's actions, but her irritation had now transformed into intense hatred. Ms. Zhang had not only stolen from them to provide for her own family but had also manipulated her own son. When news reached Ms. Niu that the Zhang family was attempting to gain control over the second section of the family through the first section, her anger reached its boiling point. Fueled by fury, Ms. Niu approached the Zhang family and directed her scathing words directly at them, not holding back her contempt for Ms. Zhang and her actions. Ms. Niu firmly informed the Zhang family to cease their harassment, emphasizing that they had no chance of marrying someone like Ms. Zhang, regardless of Shao Erlang's potential future remarriage. Unable to contain her frustration, Mrs. Zhang engaged in a heated argument with Ms. Niu, their confrontation on the verge of turning physical. The land officer, growing exasperated, developed a headache. He could no longer tolerate the situation and bid a forced, polite farewell to Yunduan, swiftly escorting the Zhang family away. Ms. Niu spat in their direction before storming off, seething with anger. Peace and quiet descended once again, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the first section of the Shao family. The Zhang family's incessant arguments and disruptive behavior earned them a reputation for being unreasonable, noisy, and bothersome. Eldest uncle strongly disapproved of their conduct and emotionally expressed, "Yunduan, you are the provincial champion. You should treat the villagers with kindness and not forget your roots or mistreat them." Upon hearing eldest uncle's words, Ms. Fang couldn't help but express, mistreating them. She found his remarks about her husband unjust. Are we expected to consider an immoral woman like Ms.Zhang as family? The Zhang family is far from virtuous, especially when their children are raised to behave this way. That old woman even cursed at me. Do you think I should just smile and tolerate such behavior? They are not worthy of being considered our fellow villagers. What are you even saying? Ms. Fang retorted vehemently. Dad! Shao Yunduan interjected, feeling helpless. I am just a provincial champion, not even holding a significant position. It is premature to discuss forgetting one's roots at this stage. Many people harbor jealousy towards me and secretly plot against me. We should never associate ourselves with individuals like that. We should never have any connection with the Zhang family and the Zhao family. You never know what they are plotting. If you find it unbearable, then stay out of the limelight. Don't interfere in anything related to me, Dad. Ms. Fang reassured him, Duan, don't worry. I'm here. I will never let anyone like them tarnish your reputation. I won't forgive anyone who tries to harm you. Chapter 732. Officer Qiao. Shao Yunduan felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. Mom, thank you. Ms. Fang smiled and replied, Don't mention it. It's nothing. Eldest uncle felt a sense of isolation, and his heart felt empty. He began to lose interest. He felt unjust. As a father, he didn't intend to harm his son. He only wanted Yunduan to improve so that the whole family could prosper. Yunduan was a recommended man, and he needed to be modest and cautious to avoid giving people a reason to gossip. Those words wouldn't be well received. The Zhang family's behavior was excessive, but the land officer was not entirely wrong. The children were still young, and Ms. Zhang's preference for her mother's family was her only mistake. If she were at the door, she must be feeling guilty about it. She could make a promise to never do it again, so why be so harsh? He genuinely wanted the whole family to live in harmony. Why was there nobody who understood him? Eldest uncle's heart felt heavy with sadness. However, little did he know that Shao Yunduan had never aspired to be a passive and docile man. He would never back down in the face of injustice. The Zhang family harbored malicious intentions, and he earnestly wished for the second section of the family to sever ties with them soon. As the date for the banquet was finalized, the entire Shao family became immersed in preparations. They were making arrangements for hosting 50 tables at the banquet. They planned to invite the affluent businessmen who had come to extend their congratulations, the professors and students from the college, as well as relatives, friends, including Manager Qin and fellow villagers. Initially, they had prepared 50 tables, but realizing it might not be sufficient, they decided to add 10 more. With the banquet just 4 days away, Shao Yunduan took charge of writing the invitations, while Manager Dong and Qi were assigned the task of delivering them. Shao Yunduan personally informed the county magistrate about the upcoming banquet but made the decision not to send him an invitation. He explained that the event was expected to have a large number of attendees, and the presence of the county magistrate might create a formal and restrained atmosphere, preventing guests from celebrating freely. However, Shao Yunduan assured the county magistrate that if he returned to the county with Officer Qiao later, they would be treated separately and accorded the appropriate hospitality. Officer Qiao was pleased to hear Shao Yunduan's considerate decision and commended him for his thoughtfulness. Initially, Officer Qiao had been reluctant to visit the countryside as it was not a place he particularly enjoyed. He had been concerned that his absence might disappoint Shao Yunduan, but now he was contemplating what he should do in response to the situation. Shao Yunduan took the initiative to propose the idea of not inviting the county magistrate to the banquet, which showed his thoughtfulness as a son-in-law. However, the underlying truth was that Shao Yunduan had never intended for the county magistrate to visit his home. With the date for the banquet confirmed and invitations distributed, the preparations were set in motion. Villagers came forward to lend their assistance, and the banquet chefs were present to oversee the cooking. Since the dishes couldn't be preserved for an extended period, fresh ingredients had to be purchased on the same day to ensure the highest quality for the meal. The banquet required a total of 8 bowls to accommodate all the guests. To ensure freshness, 2 large and plump pigs were purchased and slaughtered during the night. Alongside the pigs, 60 chickens and 60 ducks were also prepared. Fresh mushrooms and vegetables from the garden were added to the menu, along with additional ingredients sourced from the villagers. With the preparations completed, they anxiously awaited the arrival of the scheduled date. However, the Zhao family unexpectedly appeared once again. Madame Zhao and her elder daughter-in-law, Ms. Quan, claimed to be visiting to extend their congratulations. While Madame Zhao wore a smile, her condescending manner and choice of words made everyone uncomfortable. Chapter 733, Unknown MS. Su was still recovering in bed. Ms. Fang decided not to allow young Xiaoni to come to the door, since she was related to this incident. Taking charge of the situation, Ms. Fang herself greeted Madame Zhao and firmly declined her entry. She couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration with the Zhao family's audacity. Did they truly believe that a few women could sway her decision? Absolutely not. Their attempts to win her over with elaborate gift boxes went unnoticed by Ms. Fang. She didn't even spare a glance at them, let alone consider accepting their offerings. The Zhao family seemed to hold the mistaken belief that Ms. Fang and her family were ignorant and unaware of the world around them. However, Ms. Fang couldn't help but find their assumptions amusing. Young Master Yuezheng and young Master Xie had presented far more impressive gifts, having experienced and witnessed countless remarkable things. The Zhao family likely couldn't even compare to some of the items they possessed. With their arrogant expressions and presumptuous demeanor, these 2 women had nothing of interest to offer in a conversation. Ms. Fang had no desire to engage with them on any level. Attempting to maintain a sense of composure, young Madame Quan intervened and urged Ms. Fang to reconsider. She emphasized the importance of not becoming enemies and suggested a discussion to resolve their differences. Madame Fang, let's have a seat and talk about this. We are here to convey blessings, after all. Just let us know what you need. Qiao Xian interjected firmly, there's nothing to discuss at this moment. We are not on the same level. Please leave. Mrs. Shao, we genuinely mean well. Would you be willing to negotiate if this situation happened to your own family? Young Madame Quan found herself at a loss for words. She realized that the response she wanted to give was not something she could say in this situation. The answer was, of course, no. The atmosphere grew tense as both sides stood their ground, unwilling to back down. Madame Zhao furrowed her brow and spoke candidly, Mrs. Shao, let's be frank. My son lacks direction in life and often associates with unsavory characters who influence his behavior. That's why incidents like this happen. But no real harm was done, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here to discuss it. My elder son and I have already reprimanded him, and he will never dare to do anything like this again. We have come here to apologize, Ms. Fang. We are all from the same county, so let's put this behind us. Whatever you need, just say it, and we will do our best to assist you. Madame Zhao felt a pang of unease as she uttered those words. She never imagined herself stooping so low as to apologize to someone from the countryside like Ms. Fang, let alone demean herself in this way. But Ms. Fang's son was successful. Madame Zhao's own son had caused trouble, leaving her with no choice but to swallow her pride. Young Madame Quan chimed in, attempting to salvage the situation with a smile. Money, land, anything you desire. Fang sneered in response. Leave this place. We have no need for your money or land. We won't let our family be humiliated over such things. Stop wasting our time and leave. Don't soil our land with your presence. Madame Zhao struggled to contain her anger. Then tell us, what is it that you need, if our offers are of no use to you? Madame Zhao was taken aback by the swift dismissal from the Shao family, as she hadn't expected the matter to be resolved so quickly. Ms. Fang had no intention of disclosing her demands to Madame Zhao. What are you thinking? Madame Zhao inquired. I have no idea, Madame Zhao admitted. Qiao Xian interjected. Well, that's your problem to figure out. We're not here to solve your issues. Mom, let's just ignore her and go home. Good idea. Chapter 734, Lucky Young Xiaoni. Afterward, Ms. Fang led her daughter-in-laws and daughter back into the house, leaving Madame Zhao and her daughter-in-law standing outside. The maids inside were instructed not to open the door for them, as they appeared to be quite agitated. Outside the house, a crowd had gathered, witnessing the unfolding drama. Whispers and discussions filled the air. Recognizing the sensitivity of the situation, some onlookers believed it would be best for the truth to be revealed and for everything to be clarified. By doing so, they hoped to prevent any unfounded rumors from spreading further. As the news of the incident spread throughout the village, it reached the ears of everyone residing there. This widespread awareness was also a stroke of luck for young Xiaoni. Coincidentally, during the same period, Shao Yunduan achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the provincial champion. This prestigious title commanded respect and had the power to ward off any ill intentions or troublemakers. Given the bad reputation of the first section of the Shao family for their quick temper, no one dared to provoke or offend them. Even after the incident was revealed and clarified, there were concerns that people might shift the blame onto young Xiaoni, suspecting that there must be something wrong with her. They might question why such an incident happened to her alone and make baseless assumptions about her character or circumstances. But things were different. When the villagers learned about the visitors, they all blamed the Zhao family. The audacity of the Zhao family. They have committed numerous wrongdoings simply because they have wealth. How dare they offend the family of the esteemed provincial champion? It's no wonder they are plagued by misfortune. If only they had raised their son properly. They have brought this upon themselves and deserve no good fortune in their lives. Absolutely. A family like theirs deserves to learn a lesson. We should be grateful that fate has revealed their true colors. It's utterly shameless of them to show up at our door after everything they've done. The two women from the Zhao family overheard the disparaging comments and felt a surge of fury and humiliation. Unable to bear the situation any longer, they hastily departed from the scene. Back at home, Zhao Guangyin anxiously awaited the return of his mother and wife. Seeing them arrive, he approached with concern and inquired about the situation. Madame Zhao, overcome by anger, snapped at him, "Don't make me endure such humiliation. I have lived for so long only to be subjected to this. Instead of supporting me, you are driving me to face further disgrace. How dare you let this happen to me?" Zhao Guanjian's heart sank as he realized the severity of the situation. He turned to his wife. Young Madame Quan smiled bitterly. "We were even denied entry at the door. The Shao family refused to entertain any discussion or accept our gestures of apology." Madame Zhao sneered. "Let's not dwell on it for now. They're just putting on a show. Shao Yunduan is merely a recommended man, not an official. There's no guarantee he'll secure a government position. We must be cautious and ensure Guang doesn't become entangled in their schemes." Zhao Guangyin felt a profound sense of weariness and heartache. He was never as favored as his brother, and his mother's bias towards his brother was evident. However, he never anticipated that his mother would go to such lengths to protect his brother, even in this situation. Instead of encouraging self-reflection, she instructed him to remain indoors to avoid falling victim to any schemes orchestrated by the Shao family. But did the Shao family really need to set him up? After all, Shao Yunduan's father-in-law was none other than County Magistrate Qiao. "Mom, have you forgotten about County Magistrate Qiao?" Stop bringing up County Magistrate Qiao to me." Madame Zhao felt a surge of annoyance upon hearing his name. That corrupt official has extorted so much money from us. If he dares to make any moves, well, bring him down with us. "Mom, he can easily deny any involvement with the money. Let's not invite more trouble. Madame Zhao was taken aback by her son's words and snapped, "Just leave. Stop standing there obstructing my view." Zhao Guangyin sighed and bid his mother farewell, retreating from her presence. Chapter 735. Worst case. Zhao Guangyin dismissed his servants and returned to his private quarters, where only his wife remained. "Gather our most valuable belongings and secretly transfer them to your family's home. Keep them hidden and make sure no one knows about it," he instructed. He also contemplated withdrawing money from their shared savings for personal storage. Young Madame Quan was taken aback. "Is it really that serious?" "I'm not sure," Zhao Guangyin replied with a sigh. "If the Shao family were simply causing trouble, it would be easier to handle. We could offer them money and use sweet words to make them go away. But right now, they are treating us poorly and refusing to negotiate, so..." Young Madame Quan felt a sense of unease. She suggested, "What if we ask your mother and sister to visit the Qiao family? Your sister and elder Miss Zhao are good friends, and your mother has a good relationship with Madame Qiao. If they intervene and offer to reconcile, perhaps the Shao family would back down?" Zhao Guangyin found himself feeling a glimmer of hope. While uncertain of the outcome, it was worth a try. So he agreed. But Madame Zhao was unable to have the invitation delivered to the Qiao family at all. They couldn't even meet with Madame Qiao and Qiuyue. Zhao Guangyin had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Soon, a grand banquet was held at the main residence of the Shao family, spanning 2 days. People from Zhang village attended the feast, but the Zhang family was conspicuously absent. They knew it was best to stay away and not be present in such circumstances. Yang Liang and his wife didn't even dare to show up. However, some people from Yang village attended the banquet. The couple had become the laughingstock of the village, and they had no face to meet anyone. After the banquet, the Shao family returned to a state of calm. Shao Yunduan began preparing for the upcoming spring examination next year. Meanwhile, Ms. Fang, Yang Xiaoni, Qiao Xian, and Tao Tao had some time to go through the presents they received. Qiao Xian prepared 2 booklets to list down all the items and accessories, making it easier for them to organize and find what they needed in is. Fang thought it was an excellent idea. Since Qiao Xian was the only literate woman in the household, Ms. Fang appointed her as the person in charge of organizing the gifts. They had received a total of 2,300 liang in monetary gifts, along with various other presents such as clothing, jewelry, tea leaves, tea sets, spices, calligraphy and paintings, inkstones, paperweights, stationery, toys, jade vases, fans, screens, and more. Ms. Fang was overjoyed, but she wanted Qiao Xian to select some items to share among the family so that everyone could feel uplifted. The remaining items would be stored in the storage room. Qiao Xian distributed 6 pieces of clothing to the girls, along with 3 or 4 pieces of jewelry and several decorative items for each of their rooms. Shao Sanlang, Shao Xiaoqi, and Shao Junyan received writing tools as their gifts. "What do you think, Mom? We can definitely store these items and save them for special occasions. Whenever you want to give away presents, you can simply select some from the storage room and record it in the booklet." Ever since the completion of the new house, everyone had received a set of brand new furniture, including tea tools. They had everything they needed and lacked nothing. Ms. Fang expressed her joy and praised Qiao Xian for doing an excellent job in sorting things out. Chapter 736. Shao Liulang's absence. Speaking of the writing tools, Shao Yunduan shared his plans with the villagers about establishing a school. With the expanding properties at home, it would be more convenient if everyone could read and write. This way, Shao Sanlang and the others could learn essential writing and reading skills. As for Shao Junyan, it was high time for him to start his journey of learning. If he could excel and become a cultivated talent, that would be truly remarkable. However, being able to read and write did depend mostly on innate gift. It was a reality that only a few people were accepted into schools and succeeded in passing examinations. Hard work alone did not always guarantee success in obtaining a government position. Even without gift, one could aspire to reach the rank of cultivated talent at best. However, having a certain title could provide better opportunities to manage and inherit properties. It was considered more beneficial to pursue lifelong learning and strive to become a recommended candidate when reaching old age. If half of one's prime years had already passed, what purpose did life serve? In truth, if a person failed multiple times in their attempts to become a cultivated talent, it might be more sensible to let go and pursue other avenues instead of persisting. Not everyone excelled in every aspect. What truly mattered was to lead a fulfilling, joyful, and meaningful life, fostering harmony within the family and cultivating a better future for the next generation. Upon hearing the suggestion to attend school, Xiao Sanlang was overwhelmed with reluctance. Xiao Xiaoqi, having already learned some reading from Xiao Yunduan, didn't harbor as many reservations. Xiao Sanlang didn't feel compelled to delve deep into studies. As long as he could comprehend contracts and agreements, he believed that would suffice. Eventually, Xiao Sanlang came to terms with the idea, realizing he could navigate the process. He relinquished his initial objections. Ms. Su was elated by the prospect. She envisioned a bright future for Xiao Junyan, confident that with proper guidance and education, he could distinguish himself among his peers. Witnessing the success and radiance of her brother-in-law's family, Ms. Su couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The entire household was filled with the remarkable aura. If Xiao Junyan could achieve greatness and become a talented individual, it would bring further glory to her as his mother. Though she already enjoyed a certain level of prestige, with her own relatives flattering her, the success of her own son would elevate her honor and prestige even more. Ms. Su held high hopes for Xiao Junyan and the young son she cradled in her arms. She yearned for at least one of them to attain success in the future. As presents were distributed, including to the other branches of the family, Ms. Fang gifted them garments, 2 rolls of tea, and some food. And in secret, Ms. Yen was given a pair of gold bracelets as a token of affection. Ms. Fang kindly instructed Xiao Xian to select whatever items she desired and take as many as she pleased. These items were intended for Xiao Yunduan. Despite being part of the shared savings, Ms. Fang displayed great generosity in offering them. However, Xiao Xian wasn't particularly drawn to these possessions, as she didn't feel a lack of anything in her life. Being treated like a daughter by First Madam, she had received numerous presents from her that were valuable and extravagant, encompassing a wide range of categories, including everyday household necessities. Xiao Xian had been graciously bestowed with an assortment of needlework supplies, including a complete set of bronze needles and threads made from silk, gold, silver, and other materials in a myriad of colors. However, Xiao Xian only chose a handful of garments suitable for her to wear in the village, along with a few ornaments. She also selected some writing tools such as ink and paper for Xiao Yunduan. Content with her choices, she expressed gratitude and mentioned that she could acquire more when the need arose. Upon witnessing Xiao Xian's modest selection, Ms. Fang presented Xiao Xian with an additional bonus of 500 liang as a gesture of appreciation. Xiao Xian graciously accepted the bonus. While the first section of the family was immersed in the lively celebrations, Xiao Liulang had been conspicuously absent throughout the entire event. Rumors circulated that he had a close friend at the college who encountered some trouble, and he had gone to offer assistance. The first section of the family neither confirmed nor rejected this excuse. In fact, they seemed indifferent to Xiao Liulang's absence, showing little concern or interest in the matter. Chapter 737, Not bowing to Xiao Yunduan. Eldest uncle, concerned about Xiao Liulang's absence, paid a visit to the third section of the family to inquire about his whereabouts. He approached third uncle and Ms. Ma, expressing his desire for Xiao Liulang to return so that Yunduan could offer him assistance. Eldest uncle believed that Yunduan's connections and guidance could potentially help Xiao Liulang find success. He held a genuine hope that the two boys could achieve greatness together. Third uncle and Ms. Ma, upon hearing eldest uncle's words, felt a surge of motivation. The stark reality they faced left no room for self-deception. They understood the importance of taking action and confronting the challenges ahead. Reluctantly, third uncle and Ms. Ma acknowledged that Xiao Liulang could benefit from Xiao Yunduan's assistance in his journey forward. They had privately conveyed this notion to Xiao Liulang, but he adamantly refused to accept it. He was unwilling to confront the truth. Liulang held on to the belief that Yunduan would never genuinely help him. He was convinced that any aid offered would come with strings attached, reducing him to the role of a lowly servant, while Yunduan secretly mocked his efforts. In his mind, he had resigned himself to the fact that he would never receive genuine support, not even in his wildest dreams. So he resolutely refused to bow down to Yunduan. Third uncle let out a heartfelt sigh. Liulang is incredibly intelligent and well-read. However, he has encountered misfortune and failed the examination twice. It has left him feeling deeply distressed. The success of Yunduan only exacerbates Liulang's sense of guilt and sadness. Elder brother, you can empathize with his situation. If Liulang were to return now, he would face humiliation. Thus, Yunduan personally goes to retrieve him and aids in building his reputation. Eldest uncle sighed in understanding. He had a conversation with Yunduan about this matter. Liulang has faced numerous failures in the examinations, and as his cousin, you should understand him and accommodate his temperament. Help him to the best of your ability so that when he achieves success in the future, both of you can support each other. Wouldn't that be a marvelous thing? He may appear annoyed, but deep down, he desires to be closer to you. Aid in building his reputation and personally bring him back home. What are your thoughts on this? Yunduan smiled. Dad, if it were cousin who had succeeded in the examination today, do you think he and his parents would take care of me, understand me, or come to our door to flaunt their success? Do you still remember that when I was falsely accused by the college, he laughed so gleefully, and his parents even advised you to stop my studies because they believed I would never achieve success academically. They even suggested I work in the fields instead. But now that I have become the provincial champion, I have never humiliated or mocked him. So why does he feel so humiliated? Why should I go and coddle him, flatter him? It all seems rather peculiar. Eldest uncle felt a sense of humiliation. How can you say that? You are the provincial champion, and you can show inclusivity, but I am not going to lower myself for him. He is not deserving of it. Dad, just let go of everything and enjoy your happiness. Eldest uncle stood there in silence, unable to utter a word as he watched his son walk away. He sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of hurt. Why was there no one who understood him? He meant no harm. All he wanted was for everyone to do well. Yunduan was experiencing success now, and he had a good chance of advancing further in the spring examination. He even had a supportive father-in-law who could assist him on his journey. A bright future awaited him. He had everything he needed. But why couldn't he show inclusivity and encourage Liulang to strive harder? Why get caught up in trivial matters? Chapter 738. Shocked he wasn't losing anything by being inclusive and supportive. What was the significance of losing a little face? Why did he have to be so critical and create unnecessary trouble in life? Eldest uncle felt overwhelmed by distress. Once the affairs at home were settled, Yunduan and Qiao paid another visit to the Qiao family. County Magistrate Qiao received them warmly, particularly Yunduan, whom he tried to cultivate a closer relationship with. Madame Qiao and her daughter were clearly displeased, but they had no choice but to put on smiles and pretend to like Qiao's presence. Observing their forced smiles, along with the expressions of discomfort from Qiao and her mother, Qiao couldn't help but feel an immense sense of satisfaction. How wonderful it was that her husband had succeeded. Wasn't it about time for them to accept it? What if her husband continued to excel and eventually became an officer in the governmental office? How would these people react then? Qiao no longer felt the need to remain low profile in front of them. She was determined to confidently challenge and confront them head-on. Although it was not yet the right time to reveal everything, Qiao decided to make a bold move and leave a lasting impression on Madame Qiao and her daughter. Qiao dressed elegantly on that day, wearing a rose-red embroidered chrysanthemum damask double-breasted skirt and an apricot yellow pleated skirt with silver thread embroidery. She adorned her hair with golden and emerald jade hairpins inlaid with pink tourmalines, which complemented her stunning beauty. With a light application of makeup powder and a gentle sweep of her crescent eyebrows, She radiated a natural and effortless charm. Her attire was not ostentatious, but rather tasteful and refined. Yet, as Madame Qiao and the others laid eyes on Qiao Xian, a sense of shock and discomfort filled their hearts. They had never seen her radiate such brightness before, and it made them uneasy. Qiao Xian's presence commanded attention, particularly her captivating eyes that shimmered with a mysterious allure. She seemed ethereal and otherworldly, drawing the gaze of many. Madame Qiao and the others were taken aback, utterly astonished. This was not the timid and reserved girl they were accustomed to. Qiao Xian had transformed into someone they could no longer ignore or underestimate. Officer Qiao was both surprised and pleased by his daughter's transformation. He had worried that Qiao Xian's presence might make Shao Yunduan feel disdainful. However, it appeared that his concerns were unfounded. In truth, Shao Yunduan had never harbored any disdain towards Qiao Xian. When he saw how beautifully she was dressed, it took his breath away, and his heart raced with excitement. As Madame Qiao received Qiao Xian, her demeanor was no longer that of a timid individual. She conversed with a genuine smile, exuding newfound confidence. Qiao Xian remained confident and composed, her demeanor carrying a sense of quiet strength. As she lifted her wrist, the sight of a pair of exquisite white jade bracelets caught everyone's attention. The bracelets were new, radiant, and undoubtedly expensive. Qiuyue, who had never seen such beautiful jade bracelets before, couldn't help but sneer involuntarily. "Sister, now that you're flourishing and transformed, it seems you found support from a prominent figure," Qiuyue remarked sarcastically. Qiao Xian maintained her smile. "I am not seeking. It is just that my husband is successful and I am attached." The remark only served to further irritate the women. They believed that a woman's aspiration should be to marry a successful man and enjoy a better and more affluent life together. Madame Qiao composed herself and responded with a forced smile. "One understand your perspective, but it is important for married women to show proper respect and deference to their husbands. Your casual remarks may not convey the appropriate level of respect for your husband." Qiao Xian smiled back. "My husband doesn't mind. He likes me being like this." Chapter 739. Not way to do Madame Qiao. "So I got tricked. Villain." Seeing that her own daughter was on the verge of exploding again, Madame Qiao found an excuse to separate Qiuyue and concubine Du from the situation. Qiuyue resisted leaving, but Auntie Ling intervened and guided her away. Now, only Madame Qiao, along with two trusted maids, Yuzan and Rui, remained in the room with Qiao Xian and Li Qiu. Madame Qiao's demeanor suddenly turned menacing, attempting to intimidate Qiao Xian. The original host, who had grown accustomed to being bullied, would have been frightened in this situation. But Qiao Xian stood her ground, unafraid of Madame Qiao's bluff. She was totally out of control now. "No one else is here, so I won't waste time on useless chatter. Shao Yunduan was just get lucky to become provincial champion. My husband's success is not mere luck. He is talented, and earning the title of provincial champion is a testament to his abilities." Qiao Xian's pride in her husband was evident, and she was determined to set the record straight. She refused to let Madame Qiao humiliate her husband any further. Interrupted by Qiao Xian's assertiveness, Madame Qiao's previously raised imposing attitude faltered. Madame Qiao gave Qiao Xian a displeased look but chose not to engage in a direct argument. Instead, she dismissively responded, "Provincial champion is just a title, far from being a real officer. Many recommended men have failed to progress beyond this point. The interview examination is not easy, and even if he manages to pass, without influential connections, financial resources, or patronage, he will only be appointed to a modest position. He will remain a minor officer, leading a quiet and unremarkable life. Old Master and your brothers hold positions in the governmental office, and we have influential connections in the capital. If Shao Yunduan wishes to navigate the bureaucratic landscape smoothly, he will require Old Master's assistance. Now you comprehend the situation, don't you?" Qiao Xian nodded. "Yes, I understand." "Good, I'm glad you've grasped it," Madame Qiao said, satisfaction evident in her voice. Now you comprehend your role and what you must do. As a daughter of the Qiao family, if you don't have our support, even a concubine could replace you once Shao Yunduan achieves his official position. He won't hold you in high regard. Madame Qiao was speaking candidly, urging Qiao Xian not to become overly reliant on Shao Yunduan while neglecting her own family. Instead, she emphasized the importance of relying on her own family for support more than ever before. Qiao Xian maintained a smile but remained silent. Madame Qiao continued, "Just go home and contemplate it. We will visit the Yuezheng family on double 9th day. Remember, your father values our relationship with the Yuezheng family, and you mustn't jeopardize that." Qiao Xian smiled and replied, "I am clueless about what to do. You have to guide me, mother." Madame Qiao scoffed. Indeed, she was the one with plans, while Qiao Xian was deemed useless and incapable of anything. She should not rely on her for assistance. Yuzan suddenly smiled and suggested, "Madame Qiao, Elder Miss mentioned her desire for a white jade bracelet. I think Second Miss has a beautiful pair. What if we give one to Elder Miss as a symbol of their sisterly devotion?" Rui chimed in, smiling, "I'll agree. Elder Miss has fair and elegant skin, perfect for jade ornaments. Second Miss Jade hairpin would also complement Elder Miss beautifully." Madame Qiao smiled but remained silent, sipping her tea. Qiao Xian understood their intentions immediately. Madame Qiao had given a grand speech, and the two maids were fanning the flames, hoping Qiao Xian would express her gratitude. Chapter 740, Madame Qiao's stiffened smile. If Qiao Xian were to heed the words of the two maids and hand over the hairpin and bracelet to Qiuyue, it would imply her willingness to abide by Madame Qiao's advice, regardless of her personal agreement with it. However, Qiao Xian had never been in alignment with Madame Qiao's viewpoints. While she understood the intention behind those words, she couldn't bring herself to concur. Qiao Xian retorted, "Sister possesses an abundance of fine possessions and does not require mine. These were originally bestowed upon me by First Madam, and I cannot bestow them upon anyone else. Mother's excessive indulgence towards you emboldens you to utter such words." Yuzan and Rui exchanged a bewildered glance, their confusion evident. Madame Qiao's once warm smile faltered, replaced by a rigid expression. Her gaze locked onto Qiao Xian, penetrating her eyes with intensity. "Leave immediately." Yuzan and Rui, too, sensed the overwhelming tension in the room, prompting them to bow their heads and swiftly depart, sensing the need to withdraw from the daunting atmosphere. "Qiao Xian, there is no need for pretense when there are no prying eyes. Allow me to enlighten you. Your animosity should not be directed towards me, but rather towards your mother. She repulsed me by engaging in an affair with the old master while I was carrying a child, and you deserve the treatment I bestow upon you. What I've just revealed holds true. Men are never dependable. The more elevated their status, the less trustworthy they become. Do you believe your life will improve once Shao Yunduan achieves greater success in the future? You are utterly mistaken. If he remains stagnant at his current position, you can lead a peaceful existence. However, should he rise even higher, what will you have to offer him to maintain his respect? Without our assistance, you possess nothing that commands his admiration. Do you truly believe it is wiser to become an adversary rather than an ally of the Qiao family? Don't be foolish." Madame Qiao possessed the ability to adapt her thinking to the circumstances at hand. She acknowledged that Shao Yunduan had the potential to achieve success, a development she could neither hinder nor control. However, she could engage in a conversation with Qiao Xian, hoping to earn her respect and garner her support instead. In the future, when an opportunity arose, she could eliminate her. Nevertheless, by earning Qiao Xian's respect, she might secure a stronger position within the Qiao family. There was nothing for her to lose. "I'll respectfully disagree with you. Why should the children bear the blame? None of us chose to be born into this situation. How can you justify that what one received from you is what I deserve?" Qiao Xian was unaware of the conflict between her mother and the concubines. She had not witnessed the events and therefore could not offer any insight. Qiao Xian had no recollection of her deceased mother and was at a loss for words regarding her. Moreover, the original host was not an enemy of Madame Qiao. If Madame Qiao disliked her, she could simply remove her from sight. There was no need for her to resort to more drastic measures such as causing her harm or even death. Qiao Xian found herself compelled to defend her own innocence. I am uncertain whether I can retain his affections. Equally unknown is whether your assistance would be of any use to me. Let us observe what unfolds. You, Madame Qiao sneered. You do have your own plans. Don't wager everything. I'll believe I want. Qiao Xian smiled. If my husband's achievements do not surpass this level, you will naturally disregard me. However, if my husband attains significant success, you will undoubtedly seek me out, won't you? Although she had no need for their involvement whatsoever, Madame Qiao was consumed with anger, nearly on the verge of fainting. She glared fiercely at Qiao Xian and nodded, her voice laden with resentment. I have underestimated you all these years. You have been deceiving me. Realizing that she had underestimated the daughter of this concubine, Madame Qiao felt a sense of being manipulated and toyed with. She found it difficult to catch her breath, her chest heaving. Qiao Xian, however, calmly responded, On the contrary, you have overestimated me. After all, you orchestrated this situation, didn't you? Bah! Chapter 741. Reminder, Elle would be truly intrigued to witness how far Shao Yunduan could progress without the support of the old master. Qiao Xian was taken aback. Why wouldn't my father support him? Aren't they engaged in a cheerful conversation at this very moment? Madame Qiao Xian realized that she had merely been provoking her. She had no intention of cooperating or showing respect. Do you truly believe that the old master would place his trust in him? Perhaps you should try changing your own allegiances and see if father will indeed bestow his trust upon you. Madame Qiao seethed with anger, feeling as though she was on the verge of exploding. She repeatedly reminded herself that she had grossly underestimated the girl standing before her. She had never anticipated that when Qiao Xian achieved even a minor accomplishment, she wouldn't share it with her. And at this point, Madame Qiao found herself without any means to counter her actions. While she held the title of Madame in the family, it was the old master who held the true authority. Madame Qiao couldn't go against his intentions. She could resort to lies and manipulation in their relationship, but her schemes would only succeed if Shao Yunduan failed in the spring examination. Yet, observing the old master's unwavering motivation, she dared not utter a word. What vexed Madame Qiao was the fact that Qiao Xian appeared harmless in the presence of others, making it unlikely for the old master to believe her if she were to reveal her true nature. Madame Qiao sneered in response. What use is there in being so joyful in this moment? Life is long. We shall see what unfolds in due time. Qiao Xian smiled and replied, Then I kindly ask you to wait. That is precisely what I have been telling you all along. Madame Qiao shook angrily. In front of everyone else, Madame Qiao once again adorned the facade of a virtuous wife, wearing a pleasant and amiable smile. Qiao Xian appeared composed and offered a fleeting smile, refraining from uttering anything negative about Madame Qiao and instead feigning friendliness towards her. However, their true thoughts and intentions remained concealed within their hearts, unknown to those around them. Qiao Xian, in her heart, harbored complete sincerity. She owed no one and had no need to rely on anyone for assistance. Following the conclusion of the banquet, Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian bid their farewells, waving to them before departing. On their way home, Shao Yunduan revealed to Qiao Xian that County Magistrate Qiao had gathered substantial evidence of the Zhao family's misdeeds and had successfully linked the victims together. It wouldn't be long before they took action against the Zhao family. Their intention was to completely dismantle the Zhao family, leaving no trace behind. Given the Zhao family's extensive wealth and properties, Officer Qiao even instructed Shao Yunduan to acquire any necessary assets from them when the time came. Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian saw no cruelty in their plan to dismantle the Zhao family. They believed that the Zhao family deserved every consequence that awaited them. Due to their stroke of good fortune and the support of young master Yue, as well as Shao Yunduan's title as provincial champion, the Zhao family had reluctantly let them go unscathed. A few days later, Yue Shao sent Chu Shan and others to their home to retrieve watermelons, lipsticks, mushrooms, and the limited edition lipsticks from the third season. Li Xia, who had been away, returned home as well. They had a limited quantity of snow fungus at the moment, but they anticipated a bountiful harvest in 2 months' time, so there was no need for immediate delivery. They had amassed an abundance of mushrooms, totaling more than 150 kilograms, and 1,300 lipsticks. Following this delivery, Qiao Xian found herself with more than 186,000 liang in her possession, bringing her closer to the impressive milestone of reaching 200,000 liang. In Yue Shao's letter, it was mentioned that 2 out of the 7 dessert stores had been opened. The jelly desserts, featuring a delightful combination of fruits, nuts, crumbs, milk, or brown sugar water, were incredibly popular among customers. The refreshing texture of the jelly delighted everyone. In addition to the jelly, other desserts like mango paste, mung bean paste, red bean paste, almond walnut paste, and bean brain also experienced great success. They sold out daily, with a constant stream of guests visiting the stores. Chapter 742. Surprised and happy Qiao Xian was overjoyed by the prospects. In just over a month, the cassavas would be ready, allowing them to expand the variety of balls and bubble teas in the dessert stores, effectively doubling their offerings once again. The creeping figs would also be ripe by then. They had a plentiful supply from the wild and an additional 200 mu at Zhang village. Thanks to her extraordinary abilities, the plants were thriving and spreading in all directions. After the harvest, they would have more than enough to sustain all 7 dessert stores for an entire year. However, Qiao Xian acknowledged that the popularity of jelly would primarily be during the hot summer months. Qiao Xian requested Shao Yunduan to write a letter back to Yue Shao, informing him about the success of the dessert stores. Additionally, she asked for Yue Shao's assistance in obtaining seedlings for plants such as dragon fruit, papaya, banana, pineapple, sugarcane, and tangerine oranges. Her plan was to cultivate them on the outskirts of the province. Under their attentive care, the locally grown fruits flourished. Qiao Xian was pleasantly surprised and elated by the progress. Upon their return from the province, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan discovered that the dragon fruits, papayas, bananas, pineapples, sugarcanes, oranges, and tangerines were already bearing fruits. Their growth was impressive, and they appeared nearly perfect in size and appearance. Qiao Xian used her superpower to enhance their growth, ensuring that the fruits maintained their size and ripened beautifully. These fruits would undoubtedly be utilized in the dessert stores, as both their juice and flesh would prove to be practical and delicious additions to the menu. Once the planting in the province was completed, Qiao Xian made the decision to sell the fresh fruits beyond just the dessert stores. However, she opted not to seek a business partner for this venture. While she could have chosen to wholesale the fruits to the Yue family, she felt the need to establish her own independent holdings and not rely solely on their connections. As autumn arrived, the fruits began to grow rapidly. With everything settled and having spent a considerable amount of time in the province, they decided to embark on a mountain visit. Qi and Tao Tao were particularly excited about the prospect, and even Shao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni, who had longed for the taste of fresh wild animals, eagerly anticipated the trip. Early in the morning, Qiao Xian, Shao Yunduan, and many others embarked on their trip into the mountains. The refreshing sight of the flourishing plants after a long time brought them joy. Along the way, they spotted fresh and delectable mushrooms, picking the juiciest ones to take along. While some wild-growing grapes, dates, and pears were too ripe to harvest, other wild fruits had reached the perfect level of ripeness for consumption. Their main focus during the trip was hunting. Qi, as he continued to grow, benefited from the family's improved lifestyle and had a hearty appetite. He had become taller and stronger compared to the previous year, displaying the silhouette of an adult and demonstrating great strength in pulling the bowstring. 2 years later, Qi would have grown to the point where he could no longer be considered a young boy. The autumn days offered an abundance of succulent prey for hunting. Qi's interests had shifted, and he no longer found satisfaction in catching roosters and rabbits, despite Xiao Sanlang's persistent requests. Understanding Qiao Xian's fondness for roosters and pigeons, Qi made sure to catch some for her as well, knowing it would bring her joy. Chapter 743. In the mountain, the majority of their time was spent hunting larger prey. Qi found them particularly intriguing and believed that large ones are interesting. Qiao Xian couldn't help but be amused by Qi's growing appetite for a challenge. Curious about Qi's capabilities, Qiao Xian utilized her superpower to survey the surroundings. To her delight, she spotted well-built wild goats traversing the mountains. These goats were accustomed to navigating through forests and woodlands, resulting in their flesh having a firm and resilient texture. If they managed to successfully hunt one of these wild goats, they could even enjoy a delicious grilled meal later in the evening. Following Qiao Xian's lead, the group ventured further into the depths of the mountains. Amidst the lush shrubs and towering grass, Qi's sharp eyesight caught sight of something before anyone else did. She whispered, urging everyone to remain quiet. "There's a flock of wild goats on the south side of the valley. We need to be silent. They are incredibly cautious and will bolt at the slightest sign of danger." Aware of the agility and swiftness of wild goats, the group understood that if the goats were startled, they would swiftly flee, making it nearly impossible to catch up with them. So we'll stay put and wait for Qi to make his move, is that the plan? Well, I suppose we're all in favor of the wind blowing in our direction when it comes to securing some delicious meat. Quiet. It was evident that everyone's mouths were watering at the thought of the succulent meat, and they were all eager to work together to ensure a successful hunt. Wild goats posed a formidable challenge to catch, but Qi remained undeterred. With a mischievous grin and his white teeth on display, he declared, "Wait here, I'll go and check it out." "All right, well, eagerly await your good news," the others replied in unison, nodding in agreement. They concealed themselves, blending into the surroundings, while Qi displayed his agility, leaping alongside the rugged terrain and dense foliage. Observing Qi's movements, Qiao Xian whispered to Shao Yunduan, "It's been 2 months since we last saw him, and he has grown so much. He looks completely different now." Shao Yunduan agreed with a smile. Indeed, teenagers grow at an astonishing pace. Qi showcased his speed and agility as he closed in on the flock. With his bow drawn and a long arrow in place, he took aim. The flock, sensing an imminent threat, became alert. The leading goat raised its head and let out a shrill cry, causing the entire group to panic and scramble uphill. However, in that critical moment, Qi released the arrow. It soared through the air like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing the distance between itself and its target. Soon, a wild goat fell to the ground, struck by Qi's arrow. The group erupted in cheers and applause. In swift succession, another arrow was released, bringing down yet another goat. Shao Sanlang and Tao Tao, filled with excitement, rushed forward to join in the celebration. Qi swiftly prepared more arrows, taking aim at the remaining goats. 2 more shots were fired, finding their mark and causing 2 additional goats to meet their end. "Brilliant shot, Qi. Your aim was impeccable. We've got 2 goats. Well done, Qi, well done. Amazing. I couldn't even keep track of how many arrows you shot. Qi, your archery skills are truly remarkable." Shao Xiaoqi blushed slightly at the compliments, shifting the focus by asking Qiao Xian a question. "Fifth sister-in-law, what should we do with these 2 large goats?" This piqued everyone's interest. "Fifth sister-in-law, how about we have grilled mutton? I've been craving it for so long. Count me in. Although one wouldn't mind having braised goat's feet too." With their mouths watering at the thought of the delicious meal, they began discussing different ways to prepare and enjoy the wild goats. Yuezhing Shao had previously gifted Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian a generous supply of cumin powder brought from the northwest by Yuezhing Hong. This special spice would add a unique flavor to the grilled mutton, making it an instant family favorite. Chapter 744. No trouble. Qiao Xian nodded eagerly, fully in agreement. She too was salivating at the thought of the grilled mutton and had no objections to their plan. With their decision made, they wasted no time and quickly packed up the goats before heading back home. Despite the size of the wild goats, weighing approximately 75 kilograms, their team was strong and capable, making it easy for them to carry the animals. Qi confidently claimed that the larger wild goat weighed around 45 kilograms and proceeded to effortlessly carry it on his own. This left the others in awe and shock at his strength and ability. Shao Sanlang quickly interjected, "Put it down, you can't handle it alone. Let the fifth brother help you carry the weight." Qi swiftly took a step back, evading Shao Sanlang's attempt to assist him. He smiled confidently, showing no signs of embarrassment. "No need, third brother. One can manage on my own. I'll ask for help if I need it, but for now, you don't have to worry." Shao Yunduan chimed in, concerned for his younger brother's well-being. "Don't push yourself too hard. You're still young and you could risk injuring yourself." Qi maintained his smile, undeterred. "Third brother, fifth brother, you underestimate me. Have your conversation, and I'll take care of this myself." Determined to prove himself, the young Qi walked away with the goats, not waiting for his brothers to catch up. Shao Yunduan shook his head in a mixture of amusement and concern. Worried about any potential accidents, he didn't want to risk further delays and quickly joined in, shouldering the other goat. By the time they arrived home, it was just past lunchtime. Closing the door behind them, they wasted no time in processing the two goats. Qiao Xian took special care to prepare a pot of fresh goat intestine soup. In addition, she rolled out noodles for dinner and added them to the soup to cook. Fresh mountain mushrooms were included, and a layer of chili oil, chopped green onions, and coriander adorned the dish. The result was a warm and flavorful soup that delighted the senses. As they busied themselves with preparations, the anticipation for the grilled meat at dinner began to grow. They carefully selected the most tender mutton and sliced it into pieces of medium thickness. These slices were then marinated with a variety of spices, while fish and shrimp were also prepared alongside a freshly killed chicken. A selection of vegetables was also gathered, ensuring a well-rounded meal. With everything else in order, Qiao Xian pondered for a moment before heading to the garden. There, she plucked 2 large dragon fruits and 2 ripe watermelons. She instructed Tao to make some red bean paste, while young Xiaoni prepared a bowl of finely chopped nut crumbs. In addition, they boiled brown sugar water and set aside a large basin of jelly. To create a delectable dessert, they cut the fruit into bite-sized pieces and added a generous spoonful of soft, sweet red bean paste. Crispy chopped nuts were sprinkled over the top, and a drizzle of mint juice added a refreshing touch. To complete the dish, each person added jelly according to their own preferences. The result was a delightful combination of flavors and textures that perfectly complemented the grilled feast. Their only regret was the absence of ice cubes, which would have enhanced the overall taste and experience. They had heard that saltpeter could be used to make ice, but Qiao Xian was unsure of the process and had no means of obtaining saltpeter. She decided to discuss this matter with Yue Shao, hoping to find a solution. Given the large number of people in the family, the remaining meat, after removing other side dishes, was not a substantial amount. It could only be stored for a few days. They distributed approximately 5 kilograms of meat to each of the second and third sections of the family. Despite receiving a relatively small portion, neither section complained and accepted the meat graciously. Ms. Fang observed this scene with great joy, appreciating the spirit of harmony and sharing within the family. As their lives continued to improve, Shao Yunduan's prospects for success grew brighter. Ms. Fang, being an open-minded person, didn't bother with petty disagreements as long as she remained content. However, this condition was contingent upon them not causing her any trouble. Qiao Xian found a reason to invite Ms. Yen to her home, allowing her to join the first section of the family in enjoying the grilled food and jelly. With Ms.Zhang gone, Ms. Yen shouldered more responsibilities, but she felt a sense of comfort in her life. Therefore, she happily accepted Qiao Xian's invitation. Chapter 745. Shao Liulang's Misery Translator. Henyi translations Qiao Xian's decision to invite Ms. Yen was influenced by her desire to exclude Shao Miling from the gathering. She held unfavorable opinions about both Shao Xiaoji and Shao Miling, and she wanted to avoid any potential conflicts or discomfort among the family members. By extending the invitation to Ms. Yen, Qiao Xian ensured that Shao Miling would not be inclined to join the gathering. If Shao Miling were present, it would likely lead to the inclusion of Shao Xiaoji as well. However, by having a specific matter to discuss with Ms. Yen, which conveniently required her to spend more time with the first section of the family, everything would appear natural and without any forced interactions. The presence of Ms. Yen as a daughter-in-law in the second section of the family was highly valued by the members of the first section. Her influence had a positive impact on Ms. Niu and second uncle, who were noticeably less rude in their behavior. This change in attitude was largely due to the success of the Yen family's tofu workshop, where both of Ms. Yan's sons were making money. This financial success improved the perception of Ms. Yen and her family, and as a result, second uncle and Ms. Niu were more inclined to treat them with respect. While the first section of the family could offer them employment opportunities as well, the impact of the offer coming directly from the Yen family was significantly different. If the Yen family offered job opportunities, the second section of the family would be filled with gratitude and would never dare to be critical or lazy. They understood the value of the Yen family's support and recognized that it was a privilege to receive employment from them. On the other hand, if the job offer came from the first section of the family, the second section would be more inclined to complain about low pay and harbor jealousy, potentially causing significant trouble within the family dynamics. With her unwavering clarity and the backing of her powerful family, Ms. Yen commanded strong authority within the second section of the family. As a result, the members of the first section were more than willing to spend time and socialize with her. They would always make sure to include Ms. Yen in their own activities, valuing her presence and considering her an important member of their gatherings. During the gift-giving occasion, Ms. Fang even presented an additional pair of gold bracelets to Ms. Yen, highlighting her significance within the family. Meanwhile, Shao Liulang had recently returned from his friend's house, still harboring resentment towards Shao Yunduan and the first section of the family. However, the members of the first section showed little concern for him, except for eldest uncle. Third uncle, accidentally, informed eldest uncle about Shao Liulang's return, knowing his genuine worry for his nephew. Eldest uncle, genuinely concerned for Shao Liulang's well-being, wasted no time and promptly visited the third section of the family to check on him. Shao Liulang's annoyance and misery intensified as he observed the behavior of the first section of the family. He believed that they were nothing more than bullies, and he had no intention of forgiving them easily for their actions. Eldest uncle's genuine concern and attempts to communicate with him only served to exacerbate Shao Liulang's misery. He firmly held on to his belief that he had every reason to harbor hatred towards the first section of the family. Consequently, Shao Liulang maintained a cold and unfriendly attitude towards eldest uncle, refusing to engage in a constructive conversation. Adding to his emotions, Ms. Ma and third uncle fueled the fire by supporting Shao Liulang's perspective, further diminishing his anger towards the first section of the family. Pleased with the turn of events, eldest uncle expressed his satisfaction. "Liulang, your cousin is here at home, and you can spend time talking with him whenever you're free. We are family, and together we can overcome any challenges. Your future will be brighter as we support each other." Initially, eldest uncle intended to say, "You can learn a lot from your cousin since you're a smart individual. You have the potential to become a cultivated talent and a recommended individual too." However, he recalled how angry Shao Liulang had become in the past when he mentioned this, so he decided to alter his words. The fact that Shao Liulang had a provincial champion as his cousin made everyone from the college envious. They couldn't help but feel jealous, knowing that he had the privilege of seeking advice from such an accomplished individual whenever he pleased. However, Shao Liulang remained unaffected by eldest uncle's words. He replied bitterly, Don't dare to disturb my cousin. He's different now. Unless he personally asks to meet me, I won't show up." Eldest uncle found Shao Liulang's response somewhat reasonable and attempted to appease the situation with a smile. "Liulang, we're family. Yunduan is a provincial champion and your cousin. It's only natural for him to meet you. You don't need to set so many conditions. Xiao Liulang sneered in response. Not wanting to dwell on the matter with Xiao Liulang, eldest uncle genuinely cared about his nephew's feelings. He nodded and said, "All right then, I'll ask your cousin to invite you for tea." Chapter 746. Confidence Henyi translations. Xiao Liulang's condition had finally improved. Upon the elder uncle's return, he shared the news with Xiao Yunduan, urging his son to pay a visit to the third branch of the family whenever he had the opportunity. The intention was to bring Xiao Liulang back home for a pleasant conversation. Liulang is feeling down, and as his cousin, it's important not to exacerbate the situation. Your role should be one of support and consolation. Yunduan, I'm delighted that you've achieved success, but it would bring immense honor to our family if both of you could pursue education and excel in the examinations. Xiao Yunduan nonchalantly nodded, not even inclined to argue with his father. Why should he be the one to reach out and engage Xiao Liulang in conversation? Being older and having achieved the title of provincial champion, there was a substantial disparity between them, both in terms of family hierarchy and official status. Xiao Liulang had never bothered to offer his congratulations after Yunduan's triumph as provincial champion. Neither had he shown any warmth or kindness. And now, his father expected Yunduan to go out of his way to bring Xiao Liulang for a discussion? Furthermore, his father expected him to provide consolation and encouragement to Xiao Liulang? His father seemed remarkably assured of its effectiveness. But would mere words of comfort and encouragement truly make a difference? Xiao Yunduan hadn't really contemplated this matter since then. After savoring roasted mutton and wild goat, and relishing the rare delicacy of dragon fruit from the south, they ventured into the mountains for several days. Rather than hunting animals which would yield more food than they could consume, they focused on gathering an abundant harvest to take back home. With mushrooms, yams, and lilies carefully stored, the family became occupied with the task of sun-drying their precious findings. A wide variety of fresh mushrooms were utilized to create delectable dishes such as stewed chicken with mountain mushrooms, fried meat, stir-fries, soups, and hot pots. Each preparation was bursting with flavor. They managed to gather the final batch of honey from the flower fields, which would last for 2 more months and serve as a key ingredient in making lip balm. While Qiao Xian and Xiao Yunduan were engrossed in their harvesting tasks, County Magistrate Qiao meticulously arranged everything to initiate an attack against the Zhao family. County Magistrate Qiao had made thorough preparations, and when the victims filed their reports, the officers swiftly took control of the Zhao family members. Madame Zhao remained oblivious to the situation, but upon learning of it, she instructed Zhao Guangyin to offer County Magistrate Qiao a bribe in order to resolve the matter and suppress the reports. It was absurd that old cases were being dredged up and reported. It seemed like a joke. However, Zhao Guangyin found himself trapped within the confines of the Zhao family estate. Guards stationed outside the gate prevented anyone, including the mistresses, masters, and servants, from leaving unless they were purchasing food. They awaited Officer Qiao's summons. Zhao Guangjian's attempts to bribe the guards with 50 liang proved futile, leaving him bitter and frustrated. Madame Zhao grew furious and contemplated forcing her way out. Yet, the guards, aware of her social standing, responded by brandishing their blades. The sight of the gleaming blades shattered Madame Zhao's resolve, causing her to crumble in defeat. She no longer dared to make any further attempts. What on earth is happening? There must be someone orchestrating all of this. Madame Zhao exclaimed, consumed by anger. Zhao Guangyin wore a bitter smile and let out a sigh. Mom, don't you see? It's the Shao family behind all of this. Madame Zhao was taken aback. How could that be? The Shao family may have a provincial champion, but he shouldn't have the power to do this. But Officer Qiao happens to be the father-in-law of the provincial champion. Zhao Guangyin nearly shouted, shocking Madame Zhao. Zhao Guangyin let out a weary sneer. Now do you understand, Mom? The Shao family is far from ordinary. Visiting the Shao family was out of the question. They would likely respond with physical violence. Zhao Guangjian's presence would only exacerbate the situation further. It seemed that their only hope for survival lay with the women from their own family, who might have a chance at eliciting sympathy through desperate pleas. Chapter 747. At Dorhenyi translations, surely, as fellow human beings, the Shao family would spare their lives even if they did not offer forgiveness, right? It was unimaginable that they would resort to such extreme measures. County Magistrate Qiao's actions were pushing the Zhao family to the brink of destruction, akin to being backed against a precipice. Madame Zhao, overcome with panic, directed her curses at County Magistrate Qiao and the Shao family. Desperately, she pleaded, "Your father is not here. You must find a solution. Our family will become a laughingstock if we are surrounded by government officials." Zhao Guangyin cast a disappointed gaze upon his mother, shaking his head in resignation. He turned away and departed. His disappointment grew even deeper. His mother seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, fixated instead on the family's reputation. While Zhao Guangyin was still simmering with annoyance, the guards abruptly stormed in, attempting to apprehend Zhao Guanghua. Zhao Guanghua was the weakest link, prone to troublemaking and exhibiting careless behavior. His numerous flaws made him an easy target. In the past, the Zhao family's immense wealth and their association with County Magistrate Qiao shielded them from any consequences, preventing anyone from raising objections to Zhao Guanghua's misconduct. When Officer Qiao made the decision to have him arrested, there were numerous justifications at his disposal, and it was up to him to choose which one to employ against Zhao Guanghua. Madame Zhao cried out in desperation, attempting to intervene and halt the proceedings, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. The guards were under strict orders, and they paid no heed to Madame Zhao's words. Zhao Guanghua had been brazenly boasting and issuing threats, exclaiming, "Just wait and see. They'll have you all killed." However, these words only further incensed the guards, solidifying their determination to bring misery upon him. They swiftly bound his hands behind his back and escorted him away, showing no sympathy for his pleas. It was only then that fear engulfed Zhao Guanghua, and he cried out loudly, desperately calling for his mother and brother to come to his aid. Madame Zhao's cries were filled with anguish as tears streamed down her face. The mansion descended into chaos. "Tuan, please save your brother. Hurry, save him." Madame Zhao pleaded, gasping for breath as she desperately clung to her son's sleeves. "He has been spoiled all his life and has never endured such suffering." Zhao Guangyin felt a profound weariness. He instructed his wife and maidservants to assist his mother back to her room, recognizing that she needed to regain her composure. He was determined to find a solution to save the Zhao family, as its fate seemed destined for ruin. Upon receiving the letter from home, the old master Zhao finally returned. Furious, old master Zhao hurriedly returned home, only to be intercepted and escorted away by the guards stationed at the door. Old master Zhao seethed with anger. Those very people who had once treated him with kindness, hoping to gain favors and tips from him, were now treating him with such disdain? Moreover, Officer Qiao had benefited greatly from his association with old Master Zhao, yet he was now intent on bringing him down? County Magistrate Qiao, driven by his desire for wealth and to do Shao Yunduan a favor, had made the decision to sever their ties completely, showing no mercy. Before long, old Master Zhao was forcibly taken away by the guards, finally reuniting with his younger son. Old Master Zhao had already been taken away, and by the time Zhao Guangyin reached the doorstep, it was too late. A deep sense of despair washed over Zhao Guangjian's heart, plunging it into the depths of despair. It appeared that Officer Qiao had no intention of forgiving or sparing the Zhao family. Despite Zhao Guangjian's innocence and lack of wrongdoing, it no longer mattered. His father and brother were now captured, and it was only a matter of time before he would be as well. Even though he had committed no wrongdoing, being the eldest son of the Zhao family meant he could never escape the consequences that befell them. Chapter 748. Begging for forgiveness. Henyi translations. The next day, the case was brought before the court, and he could no longer tolerate the situation. That very night, Zhao Guangyin disguised himself as a servant of the mansion, dressed in appropriate attire. He used a ladder to climb over the wall and embarked on a journey to Shaoding village. He was always certain about one thing. He knew the root cause of all these troubles. If only the Shao family, or specifically Shao Yunduan, could show some mercy, everything could be turned around. Late at night, Zhao Guangyin knocked on the door, causing a startle among the family members. Shao Yunduan allowed him inside to have a conversation in the courtyard. With clenched teeth, Zhao Guangyin knelt down before Shao Yunduan and pleaded, "Provincial champion Shao, I beg you, show us mercy." Unmoved by the plea, Shao Yunduan spoke quietly, "Zhao Guanghua didn't spare us when he committed his actions against us." Shao Yunduan couldn't help but imagine the devastating consequences if the same incident had befallen young Xiaoni. How would his third brother be affected? What about their parents? This once harmonious family would have been shattered into fragments. Even if he were to achieve a high-ranking position in the government, he would never be able to experience a harmonious family again. It would forever remain an insurmountable barrier in his heart. Filled with remorse, Zhao Guangyin uttered with guilt, "I'm sorry, I failed to teach him well." Shao Yunduan remained silent. Zhao Guanjian's voice trembled as he said, "I'm willing to surrender half of the Zhao family's properties." Zhao Guangyin let out a bitter laugh, realizing the absurdity of his own words. What good would it do to share only half of the properties? The entire Zhao family's wealth would end up in the hands of County Magistrate Qiao and the Shao family. Half of it would be meaningless. He clenched his fists, determination in his eyes. "Provincial champion, I intend to leave this county with my family, far away from here. I swear that we will never set foot in this place again." Finally, Shao Yunduan showed a hint of interest. "Where do you plan to go?" Zhao Guangyin felt a surge of motivation. He knew he had struck the right chord. Knowing that he had to leave his hometown and settle elsewhere, Zhao Guangyin didn't allow himself to dwell on the thought. He quickly replied, "We plan to go to Linjia County." Linjia County and Hashan County were located far apart, in opposite directions. Their paths would never cross again in their lives. Shao Yunduan remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Keep your family within your sight. If you make another move, one won't show any mercy." Zhao Guangyin had no choice but to agree. "I'll understand. Thank you for sparing me, Provincial Champion Shao." Zhao Guangyin expressed his gratitude, stood up, and returned to where he came from. Shao Yunduan went back to his room and found Qiao Xian sitting against the headboard, yawning. As he returned, Qiao Xian was no longer drowsy and asked, "I heard elder young Master Zhao was here. Was he begging for mercy? What did he say?" "It's a pity that he's the only sensible person in the Zhao family." Shao Yunduan sneered. "If he truly were sensible, he wouldn't have allowed his brother to commit all these acts. A family should stand united and share both honor and misery. He doesn't even grasp this concept." Qiao Xian also smiled. "Yes, dear, you will have to take care of our family more from now on." "Yes, thankfully our mother has a clear mind." Qiao Xian agreed. It was true, but unfortunately, their father's mind was not as clear. Shao Yunduan was becoming more determined in opposing his father, working hard to correct his impractical ideas and prevent him from making any further mistakes. Shao Yunduan informed Qiao Xian about Zhao Guanjian's decision, and Qiao Xian couldn't help but admire his resoluteness. The Zhao family needed to stay as far away as possible, in case they continued to cause trouble for their family. Chapter 749. Madame Zhao's bad idea. They no longer needed to worry about revenge, as they believed that old Master Zhao and Zhao Guanghua would eventually face the consequences when the opportunity arose. The next day, Shao Yunduan made another visit to the county city, while Qiao Xian spent most of her time in the flower field. Though uncertain about the details of Shao Yunduan's conversation with County Magistrate Qiao, it wasn't long before the case involving the Zhao family was resolved. The victims who had filed complaints against the Zhao family were generously compensated and received a formal apology from them. They expressed their gratitude for the resolution. As a result, Officer Qiao gained a reputable status, and many of the victims referred to him as the wise magistrate. The Zhao family, having committed numerous crimes, had their properties confiscated. However, since they admitted their guilt, they were spared imprisonment or exile. Zhao Guanghua received 30 lashes, and the entire family was commanded to leave the county, never to return and trouble the civilians again. The decision was met with applause and cheers from the people. The Zhao family was infamous for their cruel behavior, particularly the younger young Master Zhao, who was known for bullying others. It was a relief for the community to see them depart. County Magistrate Qiao closely monitored their departure, ensuring they had no opportunity to gather their belongings. Since their properties had been seized, they were not permitted to take anything with them. In the early morning, only Madame Zhao, with a small package of ornaments, left on 2 wagons before dawn broke. However, a poignant incident occurred during this time. As the Zhao family faced the loss of their properties and the order to leave their homeland forever, the women of the family wept uncontrollably. None of them wanted to depart from their beloved hometown. The prospect of moving made them feel deeply uncomfortable. They cherished their hometown where they had grown up, believing that nowhere else could compare to it. Since they were not brought to the governmental office or confronted by County Magistrate Qiao, they were unaware of the severity of their situation. They desperately sought a way to reverse their circumstances. In their quest for a lifeline, Zhao Ming thought of Liulang. Madame Zhao, equally anxious and worried, clung to any glimmer of hope that could potentially turn the tide in their favor. Madame Zhao sent Zhao Ming to search for Liulang. However, Liulang was not at the college, prompting the anxious Zhao Ming to rush to Shaoding village instead. Feeling that he was being compared to Yunduan and mocked behind his back, Liulang made the decision to stop attending college. He believed he had acquired enough knowledge and could continue studying on his own at home. Perhaps, after the new year, he would enroll in another college in a neighboring country to pursue his studies. He had been eagerly anticipating Yunduan's visit, as promised by the elder uncle. He had practiced countless times how he would treat Yunduan, intending to make him speak kindly to him. However, Yunduan never showed up. Liulang was furious. Ms. Ma's heart was shattered. In defense of her son, she went to the first section of the family, seeking to accuse Yunduan. But Ms. Fang drove her away, further fueling her anger. Filled with anger and resentment, Liulang hurled curses at Yunduan, calling him evil and arrogant. He vowed to become a cultivated talent, a recommended man, and ultimately an advanced scholar, just so he could humiliate Yunduan and make him regret his actions for the rest of his life. Regarding his eldest uncle, Liulang felt deceived and manipulated. Eldest uncle had lied to him. He no longer believed in his authority or respected him as a senior. He refused to trust his words any longer. Chapter 750. Liulang's dream filled with anger and resentment. Liulang heard that Zhao Ming, the elder miss from the Zhao family, was visiting. Surprisingly, his fury turned into excitement. He quickly put on a clean robe, tidied his hair, and confidently walked out to meet Zhao Ming, hoping to make a good impression. "Greetings, elder Miss Zhao," he greeted her with feigned charm. Zhao Ming had been waiting in the hall of the second section of the Shao family, feeling irritated and resentful. She had been scrutinizing him and enduring his endless questions. She was growing increasingly annoyed. If it weren't for her family's troubles, she wouldn't have bothered to deal with Ms. Ma. She despised her from the bottom of her heart. Cursing silently, she started to question whether her decision to approach Liulang was a mistake. His pretentious behavior only intensified her disgust. "Young Master Shao, can we have a private conversation?" Zhao Ming asked, trying to suppress her disgust and maintain a soft demeanor. "Of course." Liulang was taken aback by her request but delighted at the same time. He nodded eagerly and smiled, saying, "Please tell me anything. Mom, please give us some privacy." Ms. Ma wasn't too pleased with the situation. She smiled and replied, "But we're a family, aren't we? Why can't I be part of the conversation?" Since they were the only ones present, Ms. Ma assumed that this girl must have developed feelings for her son. "Mom, please just give us some space. Elder Miss Zhao might feel uncomfortable with you here," Xiao Liulang pleaded, giving his mother a meaningful look. What was she doing here anyway? Acting as a third wheel? With her presence, Zhao Ming wouldn't be able to freely express her thoughts, and their conversation would be constrained. Ms.Ma finally grasped the situation and understood Xiao Liulang's intentions. All right then, she said, getting up from her seat. I guess I'm just out of touch. I'll leave you two to chat. Take your time. With a smile, Ms. Ma seemed to be aware of everything and left the room, giving her son a knowing look. Zhao Ming felt humiliated and furious. She blushed with anger at the thought of being mistaken for someone interested in a rural woman like Ms. Ma. She was the elder niece of the prestigious Shao family, and being associated with the Shao family in this manner was deeply frustrating. She had to restrain herself from cursing Ms. Ma and Xiao Liulang out of sheer anger. Unaware of Zhao Ming's true emotions, both Ms. Ma and Xiao Liulang misinterpreted her blushing as shyness. They exchanged glances and smiled proudly. Indeed, Ms. Ma felt a sense of pride. Her son appeared to be so capable that a wealthy young lady had come to his door personally. Lady Zhao certainly had a knack for choosing the right man. Xiao Liulang felt a surge of pride as he looked at Zhao Ming with affection. He was about to express his feelings with sweet and romantic words when Zhao Ming interrupted him abruptly. She urged Xiao Liulang to help her talk to provincial champion Shao, requesting his assistance in granting them mercy and allowing them to be left alone. However, Xiao Liulang was completely unaware of the situation. He hadn't been to the county city in a while and had secluded himself at home, oblivious to what was happening around him. He was clueless about the troubles the Zhao family was facing. Similarly, Ms. Ma was in the dark as well. She only knew that young Xiaoni had nearly fallen victim to a womanizer, but she had never connected this incident to Lady Zhao or her current plea. Chapter 751. Justice. Upon hearing Zhao Ming's request for him to seek mercy from Yunduan, Xiao Liulang was taken aback. He couldn't comprehend why he should approach Yunduan and what exactly was going on. Zhao Ming found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't simply reveal her brother's actions, which had caused so much harm and humiliation to others, and had no direct connection to the Shao family's initial involvement. Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian had their reasons for handling the situation this way. If they personally confronted the Zhao family, it would only bring Yang Xiaoni's incident to the forefront again, which would be inappropriate and unjustifiable. Zhao Ming stammered, trying to explain, "It's just, my father and my second brother, they unintentionally did something that offended provincial champion Shao." Xiao Liulang, who had never been fond of Xiao Yunduan and was looking for an excuse to confront him, saw this as an opportunity. Moreover, it was Zhao Ming who had asked for his help, and he felt compelled to uplift her spirits. Before Zhao Ming could finish her sentence, Xiao Liulang became incensed and responded with righteous anger, "How dare they? Cousin is a respected man, but he shouldn't act so recklessly. Don't worry, Elder Miss Zhao, I will seek justice on your behalf. Wait, let me go and talk to the head of our family right away. Hold on." Without waiting for Zhao Ming to say anything further, Xiao Liulang swiftly dashed off. At the main residence of the family, Xiao Yunduan had resumed his studies after taking a few days' rest. Qiao Xian was playing with her newborn nephew alongside Shao Qing. It was during this moment that Xiao Liulang burst in, surprising everyone in the room. They exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. "What's happening now?" inquired Ms. Fang. Xiao Liulang sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Honestly, Elder Aunt, although our cousin is recommended for a position, he still has a long way to go before he reaches a high-ranking government office. What's the point of being so arrogant? I suggest you maintain a low profile and stay grounded." Everyone present. "Honestly, Liulang, what on earth are you talking about? Be clear and straightforward." Xiao Liulang, convinced that they were pretending, began to disclose the involvement of the Zhao family. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed. Young Xiaoni lowered her head, her expression filled with embarrassment. Qiao Xian quickly found an excuse to dismiss young Xiaoni from the scene, sensing the need to protect her from further discomfort. Xiao Liulang remained oblivious to the situation, But observing the unusual behavior of the first section of the family, he became even more self-assured. He spoke with a self-righteous tone, imparting moral lessons and admonishing them for their alleged bullying. Simply because Xiao Yunduan had achieved the recommended man, Xiao Sanlang could no longer contain his anger. He impulsively lunged forward and delivered a forceful punch to Xiao Liulang's face, causing him to stumble backward and accuse him of being a traitor. Ms. Fang was taken aback by the sudden outburst. Concerned that Xiao Sanlang might inflict serious harm, she and others swiftly intervened to restrain him. Xiao Yunduan stepped in to assist, his expression grave. He firmly pulled Xiao Liulang away, demanding an explanation. What had driven him to defend the Zhao family? Even if he held disdain for the first section of the family, he should still possess a sense of integrity. Xiao Liulang's fury persisted as he continued to lecture Xiao Yunduan, expressing his discontent. Only then did Xiao Yunduan realize that perhaps Xiao Liulang had no knowledge of the actual situation. He probed further with additional questions, but the answers only deepened his confusion. Nothing seemed to align. Xiao Yunduan was rendered speechless. How could he, someone living in the village, be oblivious to the actions of the Zhao family? It was as if he were a recluse. For a brief moment, Xiao Yunduan was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. However, as he realized that Xiao Liulang was interrogating him without any knowledge of the situation, a sense of relief washed over him. Chapter 752. Nothing. Xiao Yunduan began recounting the entire incident, but before he could finish, Xiao Liulang interrupted him abruptly. That's impossible. If you want, you can go and inquire about it, Xiao Yunduan responded calmly. Xiao Liulang fell silent. Deep down, he didn't want to accept the truth. However, he knew Xiao Yunduan wasn't lying, and there was no reason for him to lie. Could it be a misunderstanding? Xiao Liulang questioned hesitantly. Xiao Yunduan sneered. Cousin, have you forgotten why Zhao Guanghua was transferred back here from the provincial college? Xiao Liulang struggled to find his words and finally burst out. He must have been framed. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but feel that Xiao Liulang was adept at convincing himself with fabricated stories. Then go ahead and ask the land officer and the elderly men at Yang village if what happened is true. Do you think they all conspired to frame Zhao Guanghua? Xiao Yunduan challenged. Xiao Liulang was left speechless. It was evident that he had entertained this idea because he didn't fully trust his cousin. Xiao Yunduan had no intention of continuing the conversation. He firmly reiterated that his stance wouldn't change. He even warned Xiao Liulang to stay out of this matter, or else he would face the consequences of Xiao Sanlang's punches. The thought of Xiao Sanlang's punches sent a shiver down Xiao Liulang's spine, and he dared not argue further. However, he made one last attempt to persuade Xiao Yunduan to forgive the Zhao family for their actions, suggesting that they should reconcile with them as they were all part of the same family. Xiao Yunduan couldn't help but find this excuse ridiculous and strange, and he stared at Xiao Liulang in disbelief. Finally, after all of this, Xiao Liulang revealed the truth to Xiao Yunduan. He confessed that he and Zhao Ming were in love and that she was going to be the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, so they were all family now. Xiao Yunduan was taken aback by the revelation. He realized that Zhao Ming was currently at the second section of the family. That was the reason Xiao Liulang had come to interrogate them. The audacity of the Zhao family was astonishing. The Zhao family has no intention of marrying their daughter to you. You should forget about this. If they truly wanted their daughter to marry you, they wouldn't have sent Lady Zhao alone to your doorstep. That's not how marriages are arranged. Marriages were traditionally arranged by parents and matchmakers. Yet here was the girl, without any parental presence or matchmakers. However, Xiao Liulang remained fixated on his own perspective, refusing to listen to anything else. In a fit of anger, Xiao Liulang erupted. He stomped his feet and sneered, "No, you don't want me to live a happy life or have a good wife. I want compromise on this, and no one will ruin my marriage." Xiao Liulang stormed out in a fit of anger. Xiao Yunduan proceeded to explain everything to his mother and third brother, not wanting them to be distressed by the actions of their family. As expected, Ms. Fang, Shao Sanlang, and Yang Xiaoni learned that Xiao Liulang had been influenced by Lady Zhao Ming's words and had come seeking justice among them. This provided some consolation, albeit the situation was still hurtful. "What a foolish man. Don't let his words affect you," Ms. Fang remarked. Shao Sanlang scoffed. "He's completely unreliable. What has he learned all these years?" Qiao Xian chimed in with a smile. "You gave him a good punch, third brother. He deserved it." Laughter filled the room as everyone agreed. Meanwhile, as Xiao Liulang departed from the first section of the family, he suddenly came to a halt. How would he explain the situation to Zhao Ming after his impulsive actions? Chapter 753. Beautiful in heart. Xiao Liulang deeply regretted his impulsive behavior. He realized that trying to reason with Xiao Yunduan in a calm manner would be futile at this point. Thoughts of his eldest uncle resurfaced in his mind. Despite swearing never to trust his uncle again and cutting off communication with him, he couldn't help but see his eldest uncle as his last resort. Thus, he made the decision to humble himself and seek his assistance once more. However, when he arrived at his uncle's home, he learned that his uncle was out tending to the cows and donkeys. Ever since they acquired the cows and donkeys, his uncle took great joy in caring for them and overseeing their well-being. Xiao Liulang felt a sense of joy as he observed the cows and donkeys in the distance. His uncle would often take them to the mountains to graze on grass. Sometimes he would even ride the donkey and spend considerable time away from home. He rarely returned early. Since he couldn't locate his uncle, Xiao Liulang decided to compose himself and head back home. Confronted by Zhao Ming's affectionate gaze and overwhelmed by his own desires, Xiao Liulang couldn't bring himself to tell her about his failure in the task. Instead, he vaguely assured her that he would ensure everything went smoothly. Zhao Ming, being somewhat naive herself, either willingly ignored the gaps in his explanation or simply wanted to hear what she desired. She refrained from probing further, as delving deeper would only lead to more questions. Relieved by her acceptance, Zhao Ming expressed her gratitude with a smile. In that moment, Xiao Liulang found himself motivated and began to believe that his words held some truth. The girl thanked him, and the boy modestly expressed himself, as if their exchange represented a genuine occurrence. Xiao Liulang was convinced that Zhao Ming was falling in love with him. Filled with motivation, he mustered the courage to express his affection for her and proclaimed his desire to marry her. To his surprise, Zhao Ming was dumbfounded and flushed with embarrassment. She wished she could slap Xiao Liulang and make him disappear. If it weren't for the problem the Zhao family faced that day, she would never have sought his help. How dare someone like Xiao Liulang entertain the idea of marrying her? He had merely been a source of mockery in the past. Who did he think he was? He was never deserving of her. Furious and humiliated, Zhao Ming refrained from directly blaming Xiao Liulang. Instead, she hurriedly left without providing clear answers to his questions. Xiao Liulang, however, interpreted her hasty departure as a sign of her shyness, which only boosted his ego. Eager to flaunt his supposed victory, he shared the news with his mother, hoping she would arrange a matchmaker to propose to the Zhao family. Xiao Liulang couldn't possibly expect Zhao Ming to make the proposal herself. It would put too much pressure on her. He should be the one taking the initiative. Feeling proud, Ms. Ma showered her son with praise. "My son is so capable. Lady Zhao is beautiful, and she must come from a wealthy family. Only a girl like her is worthy of being my son's wife." Xiao Liulang beamed with joy, but his expression turned serious as he heard about the trouble the Zhao family was facing. "Mom and Dad, come with me to the first section of the family. We need to talk to our eldest uncle and ask him not to treat the Zhao family so harshly." He realized that unless he could resolve the Zhao family's problem, he wouldn't be able to proceed with the proposal. After all, Zhao Ming had mentioned that her father and brother were in prison. Ms. Ma was taken aback. "What?" Xiao Liulang proceeded to explain the entire situation to his mother. Ms. Ma's face changed dramatically. "What? Lady Zhao is from the Zhao family, that family?" Xiao Liulang furrowed his brow. "Yes, is something wrong?" "What?" Chapter 754. Disappointment and a broken heart. Even Ms. Ma couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. But Liulang presented his argument in a seemingly reasonable manner. He believed that the first section of the family was being excessively harsh and that their actions were unwarranted. Ms. Ma, swayed by her son's words, began to see his point of view as well. Thus, the three of them paid a visit to elder uncle in the evening, seeking his support. However, to their surprise, elder uncle was not supportive at all. On the contrary, he advised them against getting involved with the Zhao family and Lady Zhao. Why should you marry someone from that family when you already know that something is wrong? Elder uncle questioned. He expressed his disappointment and reminded them of how Zhao Guanghua had nearly destroyed their family. Out of mercy, the family had spared them, allowing them to leave the county. His words hit Liulang and Ms. Ma like a cold gust of wind, causing them to hesitate and reconsider their plans. They are rich, so they have the option to relocate and live their lives away from the troubles caused by the Zhao family. The Xiao family has already shown great tolerance in this matter. But now, the third section of the family is considering marrying someone from the Zhao family and pressuring us to forgive them. Elder uncle simply cannot comprehend how we would be expected to interact with the Zhao family if Liulang were to marry elder Miss Zhao. What would his own daughter-in-law think of elder Miss Zhao and her brother's visits to our home in the future? And what would his own son think of this situation? For the first time, elder uncle feels deeply disappointed and heartbroken. He wonders why Liulang must marry elder Miss Zhao, especially considering the current circumstances. The third section of the family did not anticipate that elder uncle would not support their decision, and they are all taken aback by his response. And they became very angry. Elder uncle, please consider forgiveness. You seem to be losing sight of the bigger picture. Elder brother, it wasn't easy for Liulang to find a potential partner. Why do you insist on ruining it? Can't we just see it as a misunderstanding? Why must we make it appear so terrible? People might start calling you narrow-minded, and that certainly doesn't reflect well on our family, does it? Eldest uncle felt his anger rise, but he remained silent, as he had never been one to confront his brother and sister-in-law. Ms. Fang, on the other hand, was more direct. She simply drove them all away, unable to tolerate their stubbornness any longer. The members of the third section of the family were seething with anger. They're just jealous. They can't stand the thought of us having a wealthy daughter-in-law. We will find a matchmaker and go to the Zhao family for the proposal regardless. Let the first section of the family do whatever they want. Liulang worriedly expressed, but old Master Zhao and brother Shao are still in prison. Is it the right time for the proposal? Ms. Ma was taken aback. What? No, the first section of the family must do us this favor. We can ask Ms. Qiao to speak to her father about it. Liulang sneered, casting a cold glare at Ms. Ma. He was well aware of that. But if Yunduan didn't want the proposal to go forward, would his wife dare to defy him? Third uncle chimed in. The Zhao family has already come and apologized. What more does the first section of the family want? It was just a misunderstanding, and nothing happened to Ms.Zhang. Liulang nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's all a misunderstanding. Lady Zhao claims it was the fault of the servants. I never imagined Brother Shao would be involved in such things. Absolutely. Third uncle exclaimed with a smile. Let's discuss this with eldest uncle. They're too hot-headed right now to listen to reason. Well, come back tomorrow. Ms. Ma pursed her lips and grumbled, why not now? Ever since Yunduan became a recommended man, the first section of the family has become so arrogant. Yes, that's true. Third uncle's tone turned sour. Secretly, he admitted that he would probably become arrogant too if his own son achieved the recommended status. Little did they know that after Xiaoming left Shaoding village, Xiao Yunduan had already set off for the county city. Chapter 755. Departure. Xiao Yunduan recounted Xiaoming's visit, urging Zhao Guangyin to reconsider his plans and discard the absurd idea. He emphasized the dire conditions of the prison, highlighting the risk to his father and brother's lives, given their age and accustomed luxurious lifestyle. Zhao Guangyin was shocked and scared, expressing his ignorance of the situation. He sought Madame Zhao's explanation, and upon hearing it, he was overwhelmed with anger. After the Zhao family decided to repay their debt using their own assets and leave the county, County Magistrate Qiao showed leniency. He made it clear that on the day of their departure, Old Master Zhao and his son would be released from prison. Amidst his preparations to transfer their properties and depart in 2 days, his mother proposed such a foolish idea. Couldn't she have inquired about the relationship between the third and first section of the family to determine if sacrificing their own son and daughter-in-law was necessary for the sake of the third branch? Madame Zhao remained unconvinced. She clarified that she was seeking her daughter's assistance, not making a marital proposal. She insisted that her daughter must marry into a prestigious family of equal wealth and influence, not a rustic man who hadn't even achieved the status of cultivated talent. However, Zhao Guangyin had no faith in her words. He had no reason to doubt Shao Yunduan's honesty. There was no motive for Shao Yunduan to deceive him. On the other hand, his mother was never dependable and could act impulsively. A heated argument ensued between mother and son, leading them to part ways. Determined to complete the tasks at hand, Zhao Guangyin worked through the night, planning to depart the next morning. He couldn't leave his mother and sister unattended. What if they made another mistake? The Zhao family left discreetly the following day. To Zhao Guanjian's astonishment, as they left the city, County Magistrate Qiao's men seized the money and 2 boxes of treasure that he had instructed his wife to hide. In an instant, those possessions, along with the money, valued between 60,000 to 70,000 liang, vanished. What remained were a few jewelry pieces belonging to the daughter-in-law and mother, the least valuable among their collection. The most precious pieces were not seized by the authorities, but their worth was only a few hundred liang. Madame Zhao and her daughter-in-law wept inconsolably. Zhao Guanjian's heart sank. If they had over 10,000 liang, he would have been confident in starting a new venture, not a grand fortune, but a stable and comfortable life. However, a few hundred liang couldn't provide much assistance. With their settlement, the remaining money was only sufficient for a small-scale business to sustain their livelihood. Zhao Guangyin had never expected that everything unfolded due to his mother and sister's actions. If it weren't for Zhao Ming's visit to Liulang, Shao Yunduan wouldn't have alerted County Magistrate Qiao about the possibility of Zhao Guangyin hiding his properties. As a result, County Magistrate Qiao wouldn't have entertained the idea or stationed guards at the city gate for inspection. Shao Yunduan didn't intend for this chain of events to unfold, and he was willing to let Zhao Guangyin keep some of his properties hidden. County Magistrate Qiao, consumed by his desire for the confiscated properties from the Zhao family, wouldn't have ordered a search of their wagon. However, the Zhao family's behavior had been repugnant, and it was time for them to face the consequences. After leaving the county, the Zhao family lived a bitter life. Old Master Zhao and Madame Zhao struggled with the unfamiliar food, clothing, accommodations, and travel, which quickly took a toll on their health and accelerated their aging. Chapter 756. Zhao Guanghua was feeling even worse. When he left the county, he was still suffering from the punishment. The wound had not healed, leaving a horrifying appearance on his back. Whenever it rained, he would experience a faint pain in his legs. Despite becoming a member of an ordinary family, Zhao Guanghua had not managed to change his bad temper. He engaged in a street fight, resulting in a broken leg. Irritated by the incident, Old Master Zhao and Madame Zhao confronted the person responsible for breaking Zhao Guanghua's leg. However, their efforts only resulted in humiliation and curses, leaving Madame Zhao infuriated. Her anger led to an illness that persisted for nearly 3 months. In the first half-year, Zhao Guanghua's temper remained unchanged. He caused numerous troubles, resulting in the loss of their remaining money. They even had to use their small yard and house as collateral. Zhao Guangyin felt a deep sense of despair. His father became an alcoholic, and his mother continuously defended his worthless brother. He couldn't bear to continue supporting this family any longer. Feeling utterly helpless, Zhao Guangyin secretly gave them 30 liang and left with only 10 liang in hand, along with his wife and son. They disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Zhao Guanghua unintentionally killed someone during one of his fights. Fearing the consequences, he fled and vanished as well. However, the man he had fought was not dead. He had merely lost consciousness. The victim approached Zhao Guanghua's parents, demanding compensation. Old Master Zhao and his wife were forced to exhaust their remaining money to repay him. To make matters worse, they had to sell their daughter as a concubine to someone. With the meager funds received from their daughter, they spent the rest of their lives in bitterness. Back in Shouting Village, the next morning after Zhao Ming's visit, the third section of the family urgently rushed to the first section, imploring them to employ any means necessary to reach a compromise with the Zhao family. That was absolutely out of the question. Ms. Ma and third uncle disregarded the nature of the Zhao family and their past conflicts with the first section. Particularly, Ms. Ma had always dreamt of Shao Liulang marrying into a wealthy family. Her eyes lit up with excitement when she laid eyes on elder Miss the previous day. She was the ideal match Ms. Ma had envisioned for her family. She was even superior to the Yen family. Ms. Ma would not tolerate Ms. Niu showing off in front of her once her son married a rich bride. However, as soon as they arrived at the first section of the family, Shao Yunduan preempted any discussion they had in mind. The first section of the family would never forgive the Zhao family, and there was no room for negotiation. If the third section of the family insisted on marrying a lady from the Zhao family, the first section of the family would not intervene, but they would make it clear to the clan that the first section and the third section were completely unrelated from that moment onward. The Zhao family had engaged in bullying and committed numerous unethical acts, resulting in lawsuits filed against them by their victims. Officer Qiao, in accordance with the laws and regulations, was assisting the people and seeking justice for their grievances. The Zhao family deserved to be sentenced based on their actions. No one should interfere, as it would only create trouble for everyone involved. It was a burden that nobody could bear. If the third section of the family believed they could bear that burden, they could approach Officer Qiao. Begging for mercy on behalf of the Zhao family? Absolutely not. Ms. Ma and third uncle were clueless about the situation. They couldn't utter a word upon hearing Shao Yunduan's account. They knew they were powerless when it came to dealing with governmental offices. Shao Liulang was not convinced. He blurted out, "You're Officer Qiao's son-in-law. If we seek his help, Officer Qiao will surely assist us." Chapter 757. Ding Qiu's trip home. Shao Yunduan sneered back. "That family is despicable, and am not defending them. They deserve the consequences. Cousin, watch your words. What have you learned from those books? Becoming an officer doesn't mean breaking the law. Are you trying to turn Officer Qiao into one?" Shao Liulang erupted in anger. "Don't act so righteous. Governmental offices are always like this. Even you might not behave well if you become an officer in the future. Don't worry about that. I won't engage in anything against the law." Shao Liulang sneered in frustration and stormed off. Ms. Ma hurriedly followed. "Liulang, why are you leaving?" Shao Liulang gritted his teeth. "Shao Yunduan is heartless. No matter what we say, he won't help us. He's a hypocrite. I doubt he'll remain so innocent and fair when he becomes an officer in the future. He's just looking for an excuse to push us away." Ms. Ma suggested, "Then what should we do? What if we propose the marriage ourselves? Once it's settled, we'll be considered family, and County Magistrate Qiao will have to assist us." Ms. Ma's suggestion sparked an idea in Shao Liulang's mind. He exclaimed, "Since the first section of the family won't help us, we can go and find County Magistrate Qiao ourselves." He could simply claim that Shao Yunduan had sent him, and the problem would be resolved. Shao Liulang felt a rush of happiness. "I have a plan. Let's go home first." They decided to have breakfast and contemplate their approach before heading to the county city. However, before they could even leave their house, Ding Qiuyue rushed in, looking disheveled. Concubine Ding appeared to be in a different state this time. She had no carriage, nor did she have any maids attending to her. Her clothes appeared worn out as well. Arriving home during breakfast time, concubine Ding caught the attention of many onlookers. Isn't that Qiuyue? Which Qiuyue? The concubine from the Ding family. Oh yeah, what is she doing here so early in the morning? But haven't you noticed that? She is not wearing what she was wearing last time. No wonder people say that the Zhao family is falling. The story is true. So what is she doing here this time? The Zhao family sent her? Ding Qiuyue sensed eyes scrutinizing her, filled with judgment and hostility, which made her feel deeply embarrassed. She hurriedly made her way home, avoiding any interaction or response to those around her. The Zhao family members were all filled with anxiety. What would become of them once the Zhao family collapsed? Qiuyue was terrified as well. Being a concubine put her in a position similar to that of a servant. But then, the young master presented her with a release letter, allowing her to leave the Zhao family. Many other servants received the same directive. She was taken aback. She hadn't expected to receive such a letter. Despite her initial reluctance, she had grown accustomed to her role as a concubine. She was at a loss as to how she should carry on with her life after leaving the Zhao family. She knew she wasn't cherished in her own household, and returning home in such a hurried manner would not be well received by her parents, brother, and sister-in-law. They would likely expect her to contribute to the household chores and earn her own keep. But would they be willing to accept her back? Moreover, she had grown accustomed to a life without having to work. The idea of engaging in manual labor seemed daunting to her. Would she even be capable of doing any physical work at all? Chapter 758, Gone with no other options available, Ding Qiuyue had to make her way back home first. News of Ding Qiuyue's return quickly spread throughout the community, becoming a subject of gossip among the majority of people who treated it as a mere joke. Ms.Ma overheard some of the gossip and shared it with the family. Curious, Liulang asked, "Mom, find out everything you can about the current situation of the Zhao family. Gather as many details as possible." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ms.Ma hurriedly left to gather information. Ding Qiuyue's family was in a state of chaos. Her parents, Ding Jiahui and Ms. Guan, bombarded her with questions about why she had returned and what had happened to the Zhao family, growing increasingly anxious. In her distressed state, Ding Qiuyue mumbled incoherently, further frustrating her mother, who snapped at her impatiently. Ding Qiuyue noticed a strong sense of annoyance on her brothers' and sister-in-law's faces. Her heart shattered as she realized that her family was showing no sympathy towards her. They seemed to blame her for the troubles she faced, despite all she had done for them. Normally, this time of day was not suitable for visitors, and curious individuals wouldn't usually drop by either. However, Ms. Ma was filled with anxiety. Her focus was solely on her future daughter-in-law, and she disregarded everything else. Ms. Ma's arrival abruptly halted the commotion within the Ding family. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Ms. Ma anxiously inquired, "Qiuyue, how is the Zhao family? Have old Master Zhao and young Master Zhao returned home? Please tell me." Ding Qiuyue was perplexed by Ms. Ma's sudden interest. She sneered in response. "Yes, they did return. But they left the county early in the morning together. They won't be coming back." "What? How can this happen?" Ms. Ma exclaimed in shock. Ding Qiuyue sneered, sharing the same sentiment. She couldn't fathom what led to this outcome. Ms. Guan glanced at Ms. Ma curiously. "Why are you so concerned about the Zhao family?" "Of course I am." Ms. Ma's heart felt heavy. "They are my future in-laws." The Ding family stared at Ms. Ma, their eyes widening in confusion. "What did you just say? Future in-laws? Are they really your future in-laws?" they asked, trying to make sense of the situation. Unable to keep it a secret any longer, Ms. Ma admitted, "Yes. Lady Zhao and my son are in love, and they are planning to get married soon. How can the Zhao family be in such a state? I need to inform Liulang about this immediately." Without wasting any more time, Ms. Ma hurriedly left the house. The Ding family remained puzzled, their earlier argument completely forgotten. As Ms. Ma returned home, She immediately relayed the news to Liulang, who was equally shocked. His heart sank as he realized that Lady Zhao, his beloved, had left and the Zhao family was no longer in the county. What do we do now? What do we do? Liulang's distress matched that of his mother. All his hopes and dreams seemed to crumble in an instant. Ms. Ma felt even more devastated than Liulang. She had lost the chance to flaunt her status with a wealthy daughter-in-law, the opportunity to wear luxurious gold and silver ornaments slipping away. It's all the fault of the first section of the family. Ms. Ma snapped angrily. If it weren't for their coldness, the Zhao family wouldn't have been driven away, and I wouldn't have lost such a good daughter-in-law. I won't let them off easily. Ill reason with them. Liulang, however, intervened, stopping Ms. Ma from causing trouble at the first section of the family. His tone turned cold as he said, "Leave it. There's no need to go to them anymore. They're hypocritical, and if you confront them, they'll only counter you. You won't be able to win against them." Chapter 759. Liulang's Grudgemas. She wouldn't be able to defeat them in any way. "I'll do my best," Liulang declared, clenching his fist. "I'll study hard and surpass Yunduan. I'll make it, I'm determined." Yes. Ms. Ma's spirit was reignited. "My son has always been clever, better than Yunduan. I'm confident you'll succeed, and when that time comes, you can marry any girl you want." But Liulang's expression darkened, and he fell into silence. Any girl? He wasn't so sure about that. But he knew one thing for certain. He genuinely liked Lady Zhao. She was the only one who treated him with respect and trust, the only one who would smile at him and ask him to spend time together, relying on him whenever she faced difficulties. But he had failed to help her. And now he had lost her too. Yunduan had shattered his happiness, and he wasn't going to give up easily. While Ms. Ma continued to nag and defend her son, Liulang tuned out, lost in his own thoughts. The Zhao family faded away from the county, soon becoming a forgotten memory. As for Qiuyue, her life as a concubine was filled with bitterness. Her hostile sister-in-law constantly gave her trouble at work, sneering at her and hurling insults. Qiuyue understood the need to be tolerant while living under someone else's roof, but there were moments when she reached her breaking point. Unable to bear it any longer, she found herself engaged in arguments with her sister-in-law, leading to heated exchanges. Even her own mother blamed her and chaos reigned within the family. Driven to annoyance and fury, Qiuyue decided she had to escape. She fled her home and, before leaving the village, she made a visit to the first section of the Shao family once more. However, Ms. Fang refused to allow her into the yard. Unperturbed, Qiuyue apologized to Ms. Fang, explaining that she had come before because old Master Zhao had instructed her to set up Yunduan. After leaving the village, Qiuyue lived as a wanderer for a while until she eventually married a widower in his 40s. They had a son together, and their life gradually improved. From that moment onward, she never returned to her mother's home. Ms. Guan made an attempt to visit her once, hoping to gain some benefits from the new situation. However, Qiuyue promptly chased them away with broomsticks, and they never dared to approach her again. The entire village found amusement in the misfortune of Ms. Guan and her family, drawing comparisons to the troublesome Zhang family from Zhang village. Ms. Fang was deeply disturbed by Qiuyue's revelations. She immediately confronted Xiao Xian and Yunduan about the matter. The three of them exchanged worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Xiao Xian spoke up, "Mother, this serves as a reminder for us. As the husband is the provincial champion and soon to become an advanced scholar, he will likely pursue a career as an officer in the future. There will be many attempts to undermine us. It's not just him, elder brother and third brother should also be cautious. Qi and Tao Tao should choose their martial partners wisely too. We can't allow random choices." Ms. Fang nodded in agreement. "You're right. We must keep this in mind." Ms. Su and young Xiaoni shared the same sentiment, expressing even greater concern. They were determined to ensure that their husbands remained loyal and committed, without any other women entering the picture. Chapter 760. What if also, as they had overcome difficult times together and now enjoyed a comfortable life in a spacious and well-furnished home, with abundant food and clothing as well as substantial savings, they couldn't help but worry about the potential risks of someone trying to take advantage of their newfound prosperity. They were aware that there would be many women who might be enticed by the prospect of becoming concubines to the boys, considering their economic independence and social standing. They understood that such temptations could arise, and they needed to be prepared. Moved by the concerns and emotions in the air, Xiao Sanlang turned to young Xiaoni with earnestness in his eyes, saying, "My love, I will never betray you. I want no one but you." Young Xiaoni blushed, her eyes filled with affection as she responded, "I know you treat me the best." Brother Sanlang. Interrupting their moment, Qiao Xian cleared her throat and spoke up, "Third brother, I have to provide you with a little reminder here. What if someone deliberately gets you drunk at a banquet and places a woman in your arms? What if you encounter a seemingly helpless young girl who faints on the street just as you pass by? What if a girl pursued by hooligans seeks refuge and throws herself into your arms, begging for protection? What if you are framed and unknowingly find yourself in a compromising situation? Please, fifth sister-in-law, no more what-ifs. My head is already pounding," Xiao Sanlang exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the possibilities being discussed. Qiao Xian couldn't help but smile at his reaction. "I'm just presenting potential scenarios, my dear brother. As we become wealthier and if my husband attains a position in the government, our influence and interactions with prominent households and affluent individuals will increase. These situations are not uncommon in such circles, and some tricks can be even more absurd than what I've mentioned." Qiao Xian turned to Xiao Sanlang and asked, "Third brother, how would you handle such challenges if you were to encounter them?" Xiao Sanlang was taken aback, his mind racing to find a suitable response. "I would try my best to avoid such situations in the first place. I would be cautious and maintain a respectful distance from unfamiliar women. And if, by any unfortunate circumstance, I found myself in a compromising position, I would immediately remove myself from it and seek guidance from you, my brothers and sisters-in-law, on how to handle it appropriately." Ms. Fang, Ms. Su, and young Xiaoni were all taken aback by the depth and complexity of the world being revealed to them. They had never imagined that life could be so intricate and filled with unexpected challenges. They began to understand that as they ventured further into this new world, they would need to navigate its complexities with caution and wisdom. It was a new chapter in their lives, one they had not anticipated but would now have to face head-on. Ms. Su and young Xiaoni exchanged a glance, seeing worries, distress, and anger arising in each other's eyes. "Fifth sister-in-law, you are the clever one. Tell us what we should do if we run into these problems?" Ms. Su asked for help. Young Xiaoni also nodded when she realized what was going on. "Yeah, fifth sister-in-law, teach us." Qiao Xian smiled. "It is not very difficult. You should be cautious and hard-hearted. You should exercise caution when it comes to food and drinks during banquets, particularly if you are offered a toast by a woman. It is crucial to respectfully decline such invitations and refrain from taking advantage of anyone. Stay vigilant and keep a clear mind, ensuring you remain sober and in control of your actions. Additionally, it is advisable to avoid venturing alone in unfamiliar environments, especially when visiting someone else's home. By doing so, you can prevent being lured into situations that may compromise your integrity or lead you astray. You should remain firm and resolute when encountering women who try to seduce you, as their intentions are often malicious. Do not show kindness or entertain their ill-intended advances, as some of them are skilled professionals capable of deceiving even the most discerning individuals. In such situations, it is crucial to be unyielding and disregard whatever they may say to manipulate you. Their well-being should not concern you. I understand that implementing these precautions may not be an effortless task. Perhaps it would be beneficial for me to have a thorough discussion with our elder brother, elder sister-in-law, third brother, third sister-in-law, as well as Tao Tao and Qi. Ms. Su and young Xiaoni agreed. Chapter 761, Preparations. Fang agreed and added, "Me and your father should listen to that as well. We have to be cautious and protect ourselves, in case they ruin our family and Duan's future." Ms. Su and young Xiaoni felt slightly better and smiled, nodding. Qiao Xian added, "One more thing. If someone sets up our husbands and claims that she is pregnant, then..." Ms. Su and young Xiaoni's smiles stiffened. Ms. Fang was startled as well. Qiao Xian did not mention this on purpose, but that is something that could not be ignored. She needed to mention this after all. That was a way for women in ancient times to cause trouble. Even in the modern time, there were many parents who cared about children. What if someone made it with a man in the Shao family, and came to the door with tears in their eyes? What should they do about it? Who would be so hard-hearted as to drive her away? Even though men might turn her down, yet women of the family might not be able to do so, otherwise the women would be considered vicious, jealous, and not at all understanding, so that their children would not be able to find any marital suitors. Also, in-laws would not tolerate grandchildren to be out on the street like orphans. Shao Sanlang turned to young Xiaoni with sincerity in his eyes. "Darling, I assure you that I will be extremely cautious and vigilant. I will do everything in my power to ensure that I am not set up. You have to trust me." Young Xiaoni said, "Of course, I trust you. But what if you find yourself in a situation where someone tries to manipulate or deceive you?" I definitely won't." What if Qiao Xian found the dynamic between her family members interesting yet slightly irritating? She couldn't help but cast a glance at Shao Yunduan, who had been quietly listening to their discussion without feeling the need to be warned. Shao Yunduan confidently interjected, "I won't be set up." He exuded a strong sense of self-assurance in this regard. As young Xiaoni and Shao Sanlang continued their argument, the atmosphere grew tense, leaving Ms. Su feeling overwhelmed and unsure of what to say. Ms. Fang, growing frustrated with the ongoing dispute, firmly interjected, "Enough, both of you. Just stop arguing. If such a situation were to occur, we will ensure the safety and well-being of our children while providing the woman with a suitable settlement. Regardless, we must never allow individuals with ill intentions and a tarnished reputation to enter our home." Ms. Su and young Xiaoni felt slightly relieved. "You're right, Ma. We do as you say." "Yeah, Mom is right." Qiao Xian smiled and agreed with her mother. "Mom, you have come up with a good solution. That indeed is the best way to handle such a situation. If it were to occur, the woman should not even be allowed to stay pregnant within our home. We will arrange for a separate small house and have guards to monitor her. Once the child is born, we will take custody of the child, while providing the woman with the agreed-upon financial support. By making it clear to others that we refuse to fall for such tricks, people will think twice before attempting to scheme against us again." "Yeah, that is totally right." Ms. Su and young Xiaoni were even more delighted hearing that. Fang nodded too. Qiao Xian continued, "In reality, we are discussing these matters as a precautionary measure. If we are vigilant and cautious enough, it is unlikely that such situations will arise. So, elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law, there is no need to be overly anxious." Ms. Su and young Xiaoni felt relieved by Qiao Xian's reassurance. They expressed their gratitude to her with appreciative smiles and nods. Being proactive and discussing these potential scenarios before they actually occurred was crucial. They were thankful that their fifth sister-in-law had brought up these concerns and shared her insights. County Magistrate Qiao had gained substantial benefits after the downfall of the Zhao family. Although most of the Zhao family's assets were deposited into the shared savings and the county's bank. Chapter 762, Stingy Officer Qiao held significant influence in the county, and if he conducted some discreet arrangements and distributed benefits to the strategists, administrators, guards, as well as lower-ranking government officials, nobody would dare oppose him. The officer had amassed a substantial fortune, and he couldn't help but feel delighted about it. He owed this success in large part to Shao Yunduan's suggestion to eliminate the Zhao family, a decision he wouldn't have made without his input. As a gesture of gratitude, Officer Qiao instructed Madame Qiao to select fine jade, porcelain vases, exquisite jewelry, and 300 liang of silver to present to Yunduan. This was intended to foster a closer relationship between them. Madame Qiao, however, wasn't particularly pleased about it. She believed that they had acquired their fortune through their own abilities, so why should they share it with the two bastards? Yunduan and Quan are already quite well off. They have established a close relationship with the Zhang family and lack nothing. Xian's jade bracelets alone are worth more than 10,000 liang. Officer Qiao's expression turned sour. He had been coveting Xian's bracelets for a while. He had even made up his mind to claim them for himself once he returned to the capital, making them his own prized possession. However, after successfully toppling the Zhao family, he had secretly acquired more than 10,000 liang in addition to the confiscated properties, and he had completely forgotten about Xian's bracelets. He didn't want to provoke any animosity with Yunduan or give Xian a reason to despise him. Officer Qiao had never been particularly kind to Xian, and he knew that if they continued to shower her with favors, she would suspect ulterior motives or even suspect a setup. Women were often suspicious and had a tendency to harbor grudges. What if she whispered something to Yunduan? That would certainly complicate matters. Officer Qiao continued, unfazed by Madame Qiao's discomfort. She can indeed have her own properties, but it's important to show our generosity. We are fortunate to be wealthy now, so what harm is there in sharing some with them? Let's not be stingy. Yunduan is destined for a bright future, and it's crucial to establish a good relationship with him from the beginning. Otherwise, our gratitude may lose its value if we're even slightly late. Madame Qiao couldn't help but feel even more uneasy upon hearing her husband's remarks about Yunduan. After all, she had chosen Yunduan as her son-in-law. Very well, old master, Madame Qiao reluctantly agreed. But please, old master, let's not exaggerate the virtues of our son-in-law. The spring examination has yet to take place, and we can't predict the outcome. Our county is small, and people from humble origins often have narrow perspectives. In any case, he is not superior to our own son, is he? Old master, please don't hold such high expectations too soon. You may end up disappointed, Madame Qiao cautioned, maintaining her stance. While her words held some truth, Officer Qiao couldn't shake off his discomfort. He furrowed his brows and retorted, "Are you determined to contradict me? Let me make it clear, stop scheming. Yunduan has no other support. Our task is to win him over and ensure his unwavering loyalty. Don't be so narrow-minded." Madame Qiao felt a surge of irritation, but she forced a smile and reluctantly agreed. They proceeded with the preparations for the gifts, but to their surprise, Yunduan outright refused to accept them. He stood firm in his decision. He made it clear that he wanted no association with the properties or assets seized from the Zhao family. He even declined any involvement with the stores and fields that were acquired through their confiscated possessions. As a recommended mandate, he had the privilege to purchase land without going through the standard procedures. Yunduan was adamant that the Shao family should have no ties whatsoever with the Zhao family, even in the slightest sense. County Magistrate Qiao was left puzzled by Yunduan's motives. Consequently, his respect for the man deepened, accompanied by a tinge of guilt in his own heart. This son-in-law of his was certainly not ordinary. Chapter 763. School. Someone caught wind of Yunduan's intentions and saw an opportunity. They purchased numerous fields from the Zhao family and approached Yunduan, offering to sell some of them to him. These fields had no connection to the confiscated assets. To everyone's surprise, Yunduan accepted the offers and bought the fields, paying a price higher than the market value. In total, he acquired 400 mu of land. He then donated these lands to the clan, entrusting the elderly men, clan chief, land officer, and appointed individuals from the Shao family to jointly manage the land ownership documents. All the income generated from these lands would be allocated towards supporting school expenses and enhancing the ancestral hall. As for the remaining funds, they were to be recorded in a public account, reserved for use during times of disasters or emergencies. With the resources secured, construction of the school commenced without delay. Apart from the school building, Xiao Yunduan and Qiao Xian also discussed the need for a separate yard dedicated to a library and study room. This space would cater to diligent students who couldn't afford to purchase books of their own. Together, they established principles and rules for the school's operations. In addition to the daily administration, they implemented regulations specifically for the library and student-related matters. Firstly, the books in the library were not to be borrowed. They could only be read within the study room. However, students were allowed to make copies of the books and take those copies with them. To incentivize academic progress, they devised a system where students who achieved the status of child student would receive a monthly supplementary of 50 won. However, if a student failed to pass the cultivated talent examination after 10 years, the supplementary would be cancelled. On the other hand, if a student successfully attained the rank of cultivated talent, they would be awarded an additional 100 won, which would be valid for a period of 10 years. Furthermore, a fare of 10 liang would be provided to any student who needed to travel for the autumn examination. This fare would cover the expenses for each journey made to attend the examination. The established standards served as a foundation, but they were open to adjustments based on the actual circumstances, with approval from the clan. Essentially, it meant that any talented children from the clan could wholeheartedly pursue their studies, knowing that their needs would be taken care of. Even orphan children could lead a frugal lifestyle and continue their education, supported by the bonuses provided and with 2 mu of plain fields at their disposal. The news spread throughout Shaoding village, filling the community with joy and excitement. Families, particularly those with children of the right age and sufficient intelligence to become students, rejoiced at the prospect of their children being the first to attend the school. Even families with younger children felt a sense of gratitude and anticipation, knowing that their children would have the opportunity to benefit from the school in the future. Furthermore, the provision of funds for disaster relief added an extra layer of security for the village, ensuring their resilience in times of crisis. It was truly a remarkable development that brought immense relief and gratitude to the villagers. Shao Yunduan went even further by expressing his intention to acquire additional fields for the clan, recognizing that the initial 400 mu was insufficient. This announcement heightened the village's joy and reinforced the unshakable foundation established by the first section of the Shao family. While Shao Yunduan didn't personally engage in the physical construction, he provided the necessary funds, allowing the villagers to mobilize their collective efforts to complete the projects. As the time for cassava harvesting approached, Qiao Xian hired workers to carry out the task. They took great care in preserving the seedlings, ensuring their viability for future planting. Cassava cultivation was relatively low maintenance. Once the stems were cut, they were stacked and stored in a cellar. When needed, they could be easily chopped into pieces and prepared for planting. These resilient crops required minimal attention to thrive. The cassava plants, nurtured by Qiao Xian's exceptional superpower, yielded abundant harvests. Unlike its leafy counterparts, cassava's main produce lay hidden beneath the soil, similar to potatoes and peanuts. Each plant bore multiple gray-brown fruits, roughly the size of eggs, measuring 1 to 2 feet in length. After carefully harvesting the mature cassava, they peeled away the thin layer of taupe skin, unveiling the firm, white flesh beneath. This pulp was sliced into thin pieces and left to dry under the sun. Once thoroughly dried, the slices were ground into a fine powder and passed through a sieve, resulting in the extraction of tapioca flour. Chapter 764. Taro balls. To achieve a smoother texture, the tapioca powder underwent additional rounds of filtration, ensuring its refined quality. Qiao Xian discovered various creative uses for the tapioca flour. When combined with steamed pumpkins and taros, they crafted delectable taro balls of different colors and flavors. Additionally, by blending the powder with brown sugar, they could concoct flavorful bubble tea, a delightful treat for all. In preparation for the upcoming mid-autumn day, they planned to sun-dry the cassavas so they could transport them to the province. The dried cassavas would then be used to make winter desserts, incorporating taros, bubbles, and sugar water. However, a challenge remained. Despite the increased production volume enabled by Qiao Xian's superpower, the total volume was still insufficient. They needed a steady daily supply to ensure that the stock would last until the following year. Nevertheless, they remained optimistic that the situation would improve in the coming year, allowing for greater production and availability. With the arrival of autumn and the colder weather, Qiao Xian decided to hire workers to cultivate more barren land for cassava planting. The villagers were intrigued by the unfamiliar crop and began asking questions. Qiao Xian openly shared her knowledge, explaining the characteristics of the plant and how it should be handled. Whenever someone inquired about cassavas, she would provide detailed information and instructions. One crucial point Qiao Xian emphasized was that fresh cassavas needed to be bleached before consumption to remove toxins. This revelation surprised many, but their interest grew significantly after tasting the delicious cassava-based dishes such as balls, dumplings, steamed pastries, and pancakes. Since wheat couldn't be grown in their region and flour was expensive, cassavas became a viable and economical alternative. The ease of cultivation made it accessible for every household, and within 3 years, cassava plants spread to neighboring villages as well. The powdered form of cassava was nearly identical to flour, making it a versatile and widely used ingredient in various culinary creations. The cassava plants thrived in various types of soil, thanks to Qiao Xian's superpower that facilitated their growth. They adapted well to the local climate and produced larger, more abundant fruits. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, it was customary for the villagers to visit the Qiao family and exchange gifts. They also planned to present gifts to the Yuezheng family and Xie, with the latter receiving gifts on behalf of Yuezheng Shao. Dragon fruits, papayas, pineapples, sugarcanes, tangerines, and bananas were all reaching maturity. The first section of the family had already indulged in the delightful flavors of these fruits and praised their quality. The bananas, pineapples, and dragon fruits were especially well received. Qiao Xian carefully selected the ripe fruits as presents for the Yuezheng family and Xie. Although the quantity wasn't large, the fruits were exceptionally fresh and flavorful. Under First Madam's instructions, Chu Shan was tasked with delivering the gifts along with those from Xie. Qiao Xian entrusted Chu Shan to handle the transportation of the gifts back to their intended recipients. Qiao Xian made a mental note to bring a larger quantity of fruits on her next visit. The fruits were thriving and possessed a delicious flavor that she was certain would be enjoyed by Yuezheng Shao and the rest of the family. As for the gifts prepared for the Qiao family, they were not particularly extravagant. They didn't include any of the fruits or special plants grown in their garden, such as watermelons or the precious snow fungus, honey, and lipsticks. Instead, they adhered to the traditional practice of purchasing items from stores. However, this time they bought a slightly larger quantity of gifts compared to previous visits, as the Qiao family were aware that they were in a better financial situation. Chapter 765. Mid-Autumn Festival Officer Qiao's warm reception and his enthusiastic greeting to Shao Yunduan as the best son-in-law was a noticeable change in attitude. Qiao Xian observed that even Madame Qiao, despite her feigned aloofness, was secretly pleased to receive them, along with the servants. Even concubine Du and Qiao Ko, who had never experienced such treatment before, were included in the warm welcome. Qiuyue couldn't help but size up Qiao Xian once again. She was adorned in a vibrant water-red satin embroidered with delicate primroses and a butterfly pattern, paired with a light beige thread-stitched long skirt. The ensemble beautifully accentuated her slim and graceful figure. Her ebony bun was immaculately styled, and the elegant hairpin adorned with pearls, pomegranate, and magnolia flowers added a touch of luxury and sophistication. Qiao Xian's elegance emanated not from excessive ornamentation but from her refined demeanor, exuding a sense of nobility and propriety. Qiuyue couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. She reluctantly acknowledged that a well-dressed appearance enhanced a person's overall beauty. Seeing Qiao Xian, who used to appear introverted, now radiating with confidence, she couldn't deny the transformative power of clothing. Qiuyue couldn't help but fixate on Xiao Xian's bracelets once again. Another new pair? She thought to herself. This time, Xiao Xian adorned her wrists with a pair of intricately carved gold bangles, adorned with several lustrous pearls. The oval-shaped gold bracelets featured elaborate floral motifs, intricately sculpted and polished to perfection. Several snow-white pearls, each the size of a thumb, were meticulously embedded throughout the design. The edges of the bracelets were accented with a delicate tortoiseshell inlay, providing a subtle yet opulent contrast to the modest gold hue. While gold bracelets were not uncommon, a pair with such large and exquisite pearls was truly a rare find. First Madam certainly treats you well, sister. Did she gift you these magnificent bracelets too? Qiuyue asked with a tinge of bitterness, aware that her question was laced with envy. After all, every young girl had a fondness for beautiful, exquisite, and precious jewelry. Qiuyue, who had recently splurged on some new ornaments from the province, had planned to flaunt them in front of Xiao Xian. However, her confidence waned as she glanced at her own bracelets, which had cost her 1,000 liulang after days of pestering her parents. Xiao Xian responded with a gentle smile. Yes, Elder Aunt Ms.Zhang has always been kind to me. She even wanted to make me her goddaughter, but I declined because I don't believe I deserve such an honor. Nevertheless, she sees me as a good person and treats me accordingly. What? Madame Qiao exclaimed, a pang of disappointment washing over her. Though upon reflection, she realized that Xiao Xian's refusal was probably for the best. Otherwise, she might have become more unruly. However, deep down, Madame Qiao couldn't help but feel a slight sense of injustice based on Xiao Xian's words. Naturally, she assumed that if the first madam wished to accept Xiao Xian as her goddaughter, her own daughter should also be considered. After all, her own daughter was surely superior to Xiao Xian, wasn't she? Madame Qiao entertained the idea of finding a godmother for her daughter. The Zhang family, being a prosperous business family, held significant influence, and establishing a connection with them would undoubtedly bring numerous advantages. The jealousy of Qiao and Qiuyue towards Xiao Xian was evident as they couldn't help but sneer. They believed that Xiao Xian was fabricating her claims, insisting that the first madam would never have liked her. She's just bragging, Qiao muttered under her breath, while Qiuyue nodded in agreement. Xiao Xian, sensing their disbelief, found amusement in their reactions. She smiled, feeling a sudden urge to find a peaceful spot for a nap. She wondered if there was a suitable place available for her. Deep down, Xiao Xian acknowledged the strained relationship she had with her lineal mother and stepsister. Aware that they were obligated to treat her cordially under her father's watchful eye, she saw no point in prolonging their interactions if they truly disliked one another. After all, she considered herself considerate in avoiding unnecessary confrontations with them. As for finding a place to rest, Madame Qiao had arranged a small courtyard for her through Auntie Ling, ensuring that Xiao Xian did get a designated space of her own. Chapter 766. Forgiveness. But upon hearing Xiao Xian's request, Madame Qiao couldn't help but feel annoyed. She believed that Xiao Xian was being far too unruly. Where did they think they could just take a nap? Did they forget how they used to behave in the past? In her previous days, she would have never dared to make such a request. Although Madame Qiao wanted to give a resounding negative answer, she restrained herself from bursting out in anger. It was fortunate that she was out of sight. Deciding to accommodate their request, Madame Qiao instructed the servants to find a suitable place for Xiao Xian, Li Xia, and Li Qiuyue to rest. The courtyard was carefully prepared, and despite some wilted flowers on the table, an array of pastries, snacks, and drinks were served. However, Li Xia and Li Qiuyue couldn't help but voice their dissatisfaction upon seeing the pastries and snacks. The pastries lack the smoothness of ours. They are so roughly made. The tea has no scent and looks far inferior to what we have at home. And these flowers, they are not as pretty or fragrant as ours. Xiao Xian couldn't help but be amused by their complaints. After all, she was the one who had created those pastries at home, using the finest ingredients. The tea she served was made from the most precious tea leaves, cultivated and nurtured under her watchful eye with her unique powers. Naturally, nothing could compare to the quality she had achieved. The Qiao family was no longer a threat to her. Together with Shao Yunduan, they had been strategizing on how to sever ties with the Qiao family. They had no intention of maintaining any closeness with such tasteless and shameless individuals. Soon, their plans would come to fruition. As the mistress and maids were engaged in conversation, Concubine Du appeared with the reluctant Qiao Ko in tow. It seemed that Concubine Du had come to beg for forgiveness for their past wrongdoings. The harsh reality of their lives was evident in the worn-out appearances of both Concubine Du and Qiao Ko. Concubine Du, who used to exude arrogance and pride, now seemed devoid of any such expressions. Qiao Xian had no interest in engaging in trivial arguments with them, but she also had no intention of forgiving them easily. What right did they have to beg for her forgiveness now, expecting her to grant it? The previous owner of her body must have endured a great deal of suffering, which was why Qiao Xian herself found it difficult to establish a harmonious relationship with them. Especially Qiao Ko, who had intentionally caused her numerous troubles. You are not in a position to demand forgiveness, and I am not inclined to grant it, Qiao Xian stated firmly. Concubine Du appeared relieved. Second miss, are you saying you have decided to forgive us? Thank you. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, Concubine Du. The truth is, we have no connection whatsoever. We have never offended each other, nor do we need to seek forgiveness. The best solution is for us to live separately. What are your thoughts on that? Regardless of whether Concubine Du was willing to accept the truth, she was nothing more than a slave to Madame Qiao, bound to carry out her orders regardless of her own desires or dislikes. Rebelling against Madame Qiao's commands was out of the question for her. While Qiao Xian despised Concubine Du for her actions and felt anger towards her, she had no intention of seeking revenge or causing her unnecessary hardship. However, if Concubine Du ever attempted to deceive her or set her up, Qiao Xian would not forgive her, nor would she be accommodating or allow her to have her way. Concubine Du's expression stiffened. After a moment of contemplation, she forced a smile. Second miss, you are correct. Concubine Du had initially planned to beg Qiao Xian for forgiveness, hoping that if Qiao Xian showed leniency, they could form an alliance. In doing so, she would use Qiao Xian's influence to bring down Madame Qiao, while also gaining personal benefits from the situation. However, Qiao Xian proved unexpectedly difficult to persuade. Not daring to linger any longer, Concubine Du muttered a few more uncertain words and hastily departed with Qiao Ko. Li Xia and Li Qiu glanced disdainfully at them, remarking on the fickleness of both the mother and daughter. Qiao Xian let out a mocking laugh. Concubines can only navigate their existence through such means, constantly searching for a solid footing but never truly finding it. Chapter 767. News disappointed, Concubine Du listened to Qiao Ko's angry outburst. Concubine, you expect me to beg her for forgiveness? What a joke! How ironic! Qiao Ko had never dared to utter a word against her in their previous lives. Concubine Du sighed, feeling distressed. I can see the end of my life approaching. I am doing this for your own good. Qiao Ko sneered in response. No thanks. Why not? Concubine Du panicked. Your marriage remains unsettled, and Madame Qiao is taking her anger out on us. Do you honestly think she will find a suitable husband for you once we return to the capital? What about marrying someone here? You are Qiao Xian's sister, and Shao Yunduan is a recommended man. Any family you marry into would treat you well because of their connections. Suddenly, the idea seemed appealing to Concubine Du. Ah, yes. The Yuezheng family would be a good option. What about young Master Yuezheng? Or perhaps, stop it, Concubine Du. Qiao Ko's face darkened. I am an unmarried woman, and if you continue meddling in my affairs, I will report to Father and Nyather. Stay out of my business. With that, Qiao Ko turned and hurried away. She had no intention of marrying anyone here. The Yuezheng family might be decent, but they didn't compare to the elite families in the capital. Young Master Xie would have been a better choice, but unfortunately, he wasn't present. Moreover, the only way for her to live a comfortable life was by ingratiating herself with Qiao Xian. If she followed this path, she could ensure her happiness. She was going back to the capital to snatch Qiao Wei's marriage alliance, causing both Qiao Wei and her mother to suffer and cry in despair. Concubine Du was taken aback, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment at her daughter's callous words. She was doing everything for Qiao Kou's sake, so why was her own child so heartless toward her? Despite her distress and sadness, Concubine Du gathered her resolve once again. She wouldn't abandon her daughter. After all, Qiao Kou was her own flesh and blood. With the funds replenished, Officer Qiao arranged a lavish lunch, aiming to please his daughter and son-in-law. The table was filled with braised abalone, sea cucumber with green onion, and stewed bird's nest, ensuring an extravagant feast for each person. Officer Qiao spared no expense to win the favor of his daughter and son-in-law. Qiao Xian was taken aback. Did her father truly hold such high expectations for her husband? It seemed like a burden and a potential source of bad luck. The lunch appeared to be successful, and soon after, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan stood up, ready to leave. However, Madame Qiao coughed and addressed Qiao Xian. Your mother intends to take your sisters to the province to visit First Madame Yuezheng. Xian, you must assist your mother in building a strong relationship with First Madame Yuezheng, understand? Madame Qiao wore a smile as she continued, First Madame treats Quan so well. With her support, everything will turn out fine. Old Master, you needn't worry. Her words carried an implicit message that if anything were to go wrong, it would be Qiao Xian's responsibility. Qiao Xian inwardly sneered. No wonder she had been treated to such a lavish feast. They were trying to win her over for a favor. She realized she should have anticipated this. Her father had never been generous towards her unless he needed something in return. In response, Qiao Xian forced a smile and said, Don't worry, father. One will do my best. However, she made a silent decision. She would only fulfill what she was capable of doing. Anything beyond that, she would not stoop to their level of shamelessness. Chapter 768. Looking down, Shao Yunduan was taken aback by the repulsive proposal put forth by his father-in-law. It was so distasteful that he almost felt physically sick. He had hoped that if his father-in-law treated Qiao Xian kindly, their relationship might not be too strained, or at least remain intact on the surface. It would have been ideal if Qiao Xian had a reputable family supporting her, or at least the appearance of it. He didn't look down on her, and he had no intention of playing any tricks on her. However, he couldn't guarantee that others wouldn't try to undermine her. He didn't want anyone to belittle her or plot against her. When Qiao Xian informed him and her family about the unsavory matters, she should have realized that she needed to be cautious. If he were to become an officer in the future, would there be those who would conspire against her, knowing she lacked a strong family background? Perhaps he was being overly cautious, but it was better to be prepared for any potential challenges. Shao Yunduan had not anticipated the selfishness of the Qiao family. They did not deserve the support of Qiao Xian's family. Father-in-law, it's getting late. We should head home, Shao Yunduan suggested, showing his lack of interest in prolonging their stay. Officer Qiao had intended to share more thoughts with Qiao Xian, but upon noticing Shao Yunduan's slightly impatient expression, he decided against it and allowed them to leave. Qiao Wei pursed her lips and muttered, Mom, I don't think second sister is willing to help us. She must hate us, which is why she won't lend a hand. Madame Qiao smiled reassuringly. Oh no, that's not true. She is your father's daughter and will always stand by his side. Daughters would never harbor hatred towards their fathers, right? Officer Qiao shot an irritated glance at Qiao Wei. Your mother is correct. Your sister isn't as narrow-minded as you think. Even if she were, she should never hate her parents. What are you even suggesting? Madame Qiao smiled. Don't blame Wei. She's just being concerned. Officer Qiao snorted but didn't say anything further. Soon, mid-autumn day arrived, and the harvest season was approaching. The first section of the Shao family owned only a few fields, so they hired workers to help with the reaping, alleviating the burden on the family. However, the fields in Zhang village required more attention. There was also a pond that yielded fruits. Qiao Xian harvested some lotus roots and water chestnuts to bring home. The water chestnuts were steamed directly in a steamer. Once cooked, the black and hard shells were peeled off, revealing the snow-white flesh of the water chestnuts. They had a tender and chewy texture, with a fresh and sweet taste unique to aquatic plants. The lotus roots were cut into chunks and stewed with pig's trotters and peanuts. The resulting soup was rich and flavorful, while the lotus roots themselves were fresh and sweet. Additionally, they made hot and sour lotus root sticks. The soy-colored sauce clung to the finger-sized lotus root sticks, which were stir-fried with garlic cloves, green peppers, and red sour peppers. The dish offered a delightful combination of crispiness, spiciness, and tanginess. The whole family enjoyed a satisfying and delicious meal. The abundance of lotus roots allowed the family to enjoy various dishes for months to come. They could prepare cold lotus root slices, hot and sour diced lotus root, stir-fried lotus root slices, deep-fried lotus root chips, steamed lotus root meat pie, lotus root meatballs, lotus root rib stewed soup, osmanthus glutinous rice with lotus roots, and more. The versatility of lotus roots provided endless culinary possibilities. In addition to the lotus roots, the betel nut taro that Qiao Xian brought back from the province was also ready for harvest. Each betel nut taro weighed around 3 to 5 to 4 kilograms and exhibited numerous purple spots on its surface, creating a beautiful appearance once the peel was removed. Chapter 769. Not Madame Qiao. The alluring consistency and appearance of the betel nut taro made it a tempting addition to their meals. Inspired by its delicious taste, Qiao Xian decided to cultivate more taro plants to create high-quality taro balls, a delicacy they could enjoy in the future. As September arrived, Qiao Xian began sorting through the items they would bring to the province. They had nearly 100 kilograms of snow fungus and 800 lipsticks, which they intended to take along. Additionally, they planned to bring a variety of harvested goods for First Madam. Among these items were the lotus roots they had, but they also included a selection of taros. They would also bring Gastrodia elata, heterophylla, and figs. Other fruits such as ripe dragon fruits, pineapples, bananas, papayas, tangerines, and sugarcanes would also be included. While the quantity of these fruits was not substantial, their freshness and vibrant flavors added a sense of confidence to Qiao Xian. The fruits from the southern region thrived remarkably, particularly the dragon fruits and papayas, enhancing the array of offerings they would present to First Madam. In addition to the fruits mentioned earlier, Qiao Xian had plans to grow lychees, longans, and mangoes, as long as everything went well after the cold winter. The fruit trees had grown thick, their trunks as wide as her arms, demonstrating their robust and healthy condition. They promised a bountiful harvest in the coming year. With all preparations in order, Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan, accompanied by Nis. Fang, elder uncle Yang Xiaoni, Shao Sanlang, Qi, Tao Tao, Shao Junyan, and Shao Qing, embarked on their journey to the province for a delightful time. Eldest uncle initially hesitated to join, but Miss Fang insisted on his presence. It was necessary to have someone remain in the village for the sake of the family's security and stability. Shao Dalong and Ms. Su chose to stay behind, attending to the care of their youngest son. The little boy was still too young to embark on a long trip. However, Ms. Su held hope in her heart, believing that there would be future opportunities for them to travel there. Qiao Xian entrusted the care of Ms. Su to Li Xia and Li Qiu, while Chunyu and Chun Feng accompanied the group on their journey. Due to the construction of the school, the first section of the Shao family had gained recognition in the village, which provided reassurance to Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan to leave only Ms. Su and Shao Dalong at home. With the support of the land officer and elderly men, anyone causing trouble to the family would not be tolerated. They had hired 3 wagons for the trip. One wagon was designated for carrying goods and presents, while the other 2 served as transportation for the travelers. They set off from the county early on the 5th of September. Qiao Xian deliberately did not inform Madame Qiao about their departure, nor did she allow her to join them on the journey. Qiao Xian was determined to keep them out of their affairs and prevent them from exerting any influence or control over their plans. The Qiao family remained unaware that Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan had already traveled to the province for their own shopping trip. Meanwhile, Madame Qiao was still in discussions with County Magistrate Qiao about their planned visit to the Yuezheng family on the 8th of September, intending to leave on the 7th. Madame Qiao believed that if they could spend the festival together, it would strengthen their relationship with the Yuezheng family. Officer Qiao supported this idea wholeheartedly. On the 6th day, Madame Qiao sent Auntie Ling to fetch Qiao Xian from Shaoding village to bring her back to the mansion, so they could travel together the following morning. However, to her surprise, Auntie Ling returned alone. Auntie Ling informed Madame Qiao that the Qiao family had already departed for the province the previous day. Madame Qiao couldn't believe what she was hearing. "What are you saying? How dare she?" Qiuyue sneered and suggested. "Al knew that girl was just pretending. Mom, let's inform father about this so that he can reprimand her." Chapter 770. How dare? Madame Qiao's expression darkened. "Auntie Ling, speak clearly and tell me everything." She needed to inform Old Master about this situation and understand what was truly happening. Auntie Ling continued, "When I arrived at the house, only Shao Delang and his wife were present. I asked them about second Miss going to the province, but Ms. Su claimed she had no knowledge of it. She mentioned that she was occupied with taking care of the children and had no idea about second Miss plans. In fact, she suggested that I ask second Miss directly." Madame Qiao realized that this was part of the plan Qiao Xian had discussed with Ms. Su. No matter who from the Qiao family came asking, Ms. Su was instructed to respond with "L don't know" and nothing more. Ms. Su also had reservations about engaging with Auntie Ling, concerned that she might be drawn into something. Therefore, she followed Qiao Xian's instructions and consistently maintained that she had no information. Ms. Su used the excuse of being busy at home to deflect Auntie Ling's probing and ultimately dismissed her. Auntie Ling, seething with anger, couldn't believe that she had been dismissed by a rural woman. However, she reminded herself that Ms. Su was, in fact, her younger sister-in-law, and as an elder, she shouldn't pry too much into her affairs. Reluctantly, Auntie Ling made her way back home. Madame Qiao was equally frustrated. Qiao Xian must have deliberately done this. Qiuyue chimed in with a sneer. "Of course. Mom, she puts on a facade of kindness in front of father, but deep down she's not on our side. She still holds a grudge against us. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept those precious ornaments a secret from us." Qiuyue couldn't help but feel envious, especially when she thought about the luxurious bracelets adorning Qiao Xian's wrists. She had never seen such extravagant jewelry before, and she couldn't help but wonder how Qiao Xian had obtained them. Madame Qiao sneered in agreement and promptly ordered Auntie Ling to bring County Magistrate Qiao to her room. She needed to discuss this matter with him and find out the truth. County Magistrate Qiao, initially assuming that Madame Qiao had brought up the matter to deliver some greetings from Qiao Xian, was taken aback by her angry outburst. He asked in a cold tone, "Is there a misunderstanding between?" Madame Qiao let out a sigh and replied, "Old Master, Auntie Ling personally went to Shaoding village. There's no room for misunderstanding. It seems that Xian still holds a grudge against us." County Magistrate Qiao's expression darkened further. After a brief pause, he said, "Perhaps, but no, the first section of the family went to the province together, right?" "Yes. That explains it." County Magistrate Qiao suddenly felt a sense of relief. The Shao family went as a large group, so it might have been inconvenient for them to travel together. "It's nothing to worry about. You can stick to the original plan and travel as scheduled tomorrow. You can contact them once you arrive." Madame Qiao and Qiuyue were left stunned by County Magistrate Qiao's response. Qiuyue screamed, "Dad, Qiao Xian doesn't think you and Mom are important. She doesn't like us and you are still defending her." "Shut up. What do you know anything?" County Magistrate Qiao shouted. "Don't suspect your sister. She is kind and she doesn't want to cause anyone trouble. She is apparently trying to save us trouble, and you are not only ungrateful, but also lecturing at me? Wei, you have to improve your personality. Qiuyue. Old master is right. Wei, no more talks. Chapter 771. County Magistrate's Self-Respect. Madame Qiao drove away Qiuyue, and she smiled. You're right, old master. It would be foolish for Qiao Xian to stay with the Yuezheng family. It would only bring disrespect and disdain upon us. County Magistrate Qiao was startled, and he could no longer keep the composure. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan passed by the county but did not even greet them, though they did not want to cause them trouble. They did not even inform them where and how to reach each other in the province. If Qiao Xian went into the Yuezheng family with her whole family, she was just being so rude and she would be disliked. The Yuezheng family would mock them and hate them. First Madam would not like her anymore. How ridiculous! County Magistrate Qiao, however, still tried to self-console. Xian and her husband are still too young to understand what they should do. They may have forgotten to tell us. I think her husband should have the basic rules about how to socialize with each other. They should not just go to the Yuezheng family like this. Go and meet them when you are in province together. If Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were in a good relationship with them, Madame Qiao should have all the reason to visit the Yuezheng family, since she was the lineal mother of the family. Madame Qiao sneered. She had lost interest in the county magistrate's words. He just wanted to save his own face and made himself convinced. Just wait and see. She wondered what made Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan so precious that her husband defended them all the time. Qiuyue felt even worse as her frustration grew. She couldn't help but vent her frustrations to her mother. Mom, is Dad out of his mind? Qiao Xian, that wretched woman, is playing games with us, and yet Dad still defends her? What on earth has she done to him? Madame Qiao sneered in response and turned to Qiuyue. Wei, I have found a suitable suitor for you. You need to work hard and secure a promising future for your husband so that you can completely overshadow Qiao Xian. Qiuyue remained puzzled by her father's actions, but Madame Qiao seemed to have a better understanding of the situation. It became clear to Madame Qiao that her husband's favorable treatment towards Qiao Xian stemmed from his belief in Shao Yunduan's potential for a prosperous future. However, such predictions were never certain. The next morning, Madame Qiao, accompanied by Qiuyue, Qiao Ko, and concubine Du, embarked on their journey to the province. Madame Qiao always made sure to bring Qiao Ko whenever matters concerning Qiao Xian were involved. When neither Qiuyue nor Madame Qiao held a proper position, it was Qiao Ko who would be forced to step forward and take charge. As for concubine Du, Madame Qiao had no intention of leaving her alone with County Magistrate Qiao. Concubine Du understood Madame Qiao's motives, and her resentment towards the situation only deepened. Qiao Ko was filled with excitement when she received the invitation to travel to the province. Upon their arrival in the evening, they settled into a nearby hostel. Madame Qiao purposely selected a hostel that was in close proximity to the Yuezheng family. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian and her family had already moved into the mansion located in the alley. The mansion had always been well maintained by the Yuezheng family, and upon learning of their arrival, thorough cleaning had been done to ensure a fresh and welcoming atmosphere. The entire family was in awe of the magnificent mansion. Wow, this is our house? Oh my God, this is the province we've been talking about. Chapter 772. Treatment. Fifth brother and fifth sister-in-law are so incapable. I would never have gotten such a huge house in the province. Qiuyue exclaimed. Qiao Xian smiled and replied, It's all thanks to the support and opportunities given by the Yuezheng family. We are truly fortunate. This is such a great place. We will stay here for a few days and learn about the world. Madame Qiao added with excitement. The family chit-chat and explored their surroundings, growing more fascinated by the minute. Shao Junyan and Shao Qing, initially reserved, gradually loosened up and began to have fun in the garden, watching the fish in the pond from the railing. Shao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni were equally amazed and delighted by the mansion. In the evening, Shao Yunduan arranged for a table of dishes to be delivered from a nearby restaurant. The whole family enjoyed a delicious meal together, engaging in lively conversation about their plans for sightseeing and entertainment. The atmosphere was joyful and animated. Upon their arrival, Qiao Xian wasted no time and immediately sent a letter to First Madam to inform her of their presence in the province. The following morning, Qiao Xian took the girls of the family and visited First Madam. First Madam was overjoyed to see them all. She warmly welcomed them and made sure they felt comfortable. During the visit, First Madam arranged for the girls to meet Madame Yuezheng. They exchanged pleasantries and had a pleasant conversation before returning to their respective residences. In the past, First Madam had refrained from introducing Qiao Xian to Madame Yuezheng, considering the scandal involving Ms. Mi Jr. and her daughter. Madame Yuezheng had declined Qiao Xian's visit at that time, but circumstances had changed. With Shao Yunduan's status as a provincial champion, Madame Yuezheng had to receive his mother and wife with respect. Therefore, Madame Yuezheng not only treated them with politeness but also prepared valuable gifts for the children. Even Ms. Mi Jr. dared not mock Ms. Fang in this new situation. Unaware of Ms. Mi Jr. and Madame Yuezheng's previous attitudes towards Qiao Xian, Ms. Fang believed that their friendly behavior was genuine. She praised the Yuezheng family for their impeccable manners, in stark contrast to the Zhao family. Deep in thought, Qiao Xian pondered the ancient belief that education and social status were highly valued. Having knowledge and a respectable name allowed one to escape being treated as low class in society. Many people, driven by the benefits of achieving a higher rank, dedicated themselves to studying and obtaining such positions. Upon returning to First Madam's residence, First Madam greeted them with a warm smile. "Ms. Fang, nieces and nephews, please make yourselves at home. Don't feel restrained. I want you to know that I truly cherish Xian. I have always regarded her as my own daughter. Let's strive to foster a harmonious relationship and be at ease with one another." Everyone felt at ease and smiled, relieved by the welcoming atmosphere. First Madam's straightforward personality resonated well with Ms. Fang, who was known for her open-mindedness. They engaged in pleasant and cheerful conversations, creating a more relaxed atmosphere compared to their time at Madame Yuezheng's residence. Qiao Xian and her family stayed for lunch before bidding farewell to First Madam. However, First Madam extended an invitation for them to spend the upcoming double 9th day together. She mentioned arranging wagons for them to enjoy a half-day trip in the mountains. Delighted, Ms. Fang smiled and accepted the invitation. Upon returning to their own house, First Madam sent a few individuals to deliver food and essential items. She reassured them that they could always seek assistance from her, emphasizing that it was preferable to obtain supplies from them rather than purchasing them in the market. Grateful for the kind gesture, Ms. Fang expressed her appreciation and accepted the offer. In the afternoon, Yuezheng Shao eagerly joined in the task of unpacking and organizing, excitedly handling the snow fungus, lipsticks, and dried cassavas. Chapter 773. Promising future Qiao Xian had a substantial amount of cassava powder, weighing 5 kilograms, along with sun-dried cassavas. Yuezheng Shao was impressed by the quantity and planned to send his men to fetch the remaining cassavas. In addition to the cassavas, Qiao Xian also presented taro balls and bubbles to the family. Although they had enjoyed these treats extensively at home, it was Yuezheng Shao's first time trying them. Qiao Xian even suggested sending some to First Madam and Madame Yuezheng. The combination of taro balls, bubbles, sugar water, and a portion of milk created a delightful and chewy dessert, which would surely become a favorite among the general population. Yuezheng Shao was delighted with the discovery. Not only did it provide a source of income, but it also offered him a delicious food option. Furthermore, the family was intrigued by the exotic fruits from the south. Dragon fruits and pineapples, sourced from Qiao Xian's home, piqued their interest. Madame Yuezheng particularly enjoyed bananas and dragon fruits, while the rest of the family appreciated all the fruits on offer. Yuezhing Shao was amazed by Qiao Xian and her family's ability to successfully grow fruits. Without any hesitation, he promptly assigned a few people to search for dragon fruit, papaya, sugarcane, banana, and pineapple seedlings, as per Qiao Xian's request. Dragon fruits and papayas were particularly favorable as they could be planted and grown at any time. If these fruits flourished, it would expand the variety of desserts available. They might even be able to reduce their dependence on selling southern fruits by half. The future looked promising. On the day Madame Qiao and her family arrived in the province, Qiao Xian, Shao Yunduan, Ms. Fang, and Yang Xiaoni spent the entire day shopping. While Ms. Fang was not one to splurge, Shao Sanlang and Yang Xiaoni couldn't resist indulging themselves when they came across a wide array of delicious foods. Ms. Fang felt a pang of concern seeing the expenses, but she reasoned that since they wouldn't visit the province often and the couple was using their own money, she didn't intervene to stop them from splurging. Both Ms. Fang and eldest uncle were in awe of the bustling city, and spending an extra day there left them thoroughly satisfied with the experience. The excitement continued once they returned to their accommodation. For the next 2 days, Shao Yunduan and Qiao Xian planned to explore the province with their family and celebrate the double 9th day with the Yuezhing family. Afterward, Shao Yunduan had some literary gatherings lined up where he would visit esteemed masters alongside Xie Jingrong. Shao Yunduan hadn't had the opportunity to engage in practical discussions with his fellow peers since becoming the provincial champion. Meanwhile, Qiao Xian decided to inspect the land she had recently purchased. With the autumn harvest completed, there was an abundance of available laborers. Qiao Xian made the decision to hire them to begin sorting out the 1,000 mu of land. Although they would have to wait until spring to cultivate bananas, sugarcane, and pineapples, they could start planting papayas, dragon fruits, tangerines, and pomelos right away. In addition to these new crops, Qiao Xian also transferred some lemon and fig trees from the village garden. While the winter temperatures in the region wouldn't drop below 5 degrees Celsius, except for the mountain peaks, there was still a possibility of frost, although snowfall was typically minimal. Before there happened one huge frost storm, and the fruits and crops were all damaged when that happened. But this case wasn't frequent. So Qiao Xian decided to see if those fruits could still grow well after winter here, with her superpower as the protecting means. Chapter 774. Fighting forward. As long as the plants managed to survive the winter this year, the following year wouldn't pose a problem either. Rather than relying solely on supernatural powers, she sought assistance from Yuezhing Shao to gather a significant amount of straw. This way, when the temperature dropped, she could cover the tree roots with straw to keep them warm. Additionally, she planned to create smoke in the vicinity to protect the fruit trees from frost damage. Qiao Xian had meticulously prepared for this situation. A day prior to the double 9th day, when Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan were exploring the city with their families, the first madam received a letter from Madame Qiao. In the letter, Madame Qiao acknowledged herself as Qiao Xian's mother and expressed gratitude to the first madam for taking care of him. The first madam couldn't help but chuckle. Madame Qiao is quite an interesting character. Auntie Hua found this revelation equally surprising. She smiled and remarked, "I'll wonder if she's aware that Mrs. Shao and her entire family are already present in the province." The first madam entered a contemplative state. Qiao Xian had never mentioned anything about Madame Qiao's visit, and the first madam had displayed no interest in meeting her. The Yuezhing family held considerable influence and had no need to associate with a county magistrate. Madame Yuezhing, as the esteemed guest of a high-ranking official's wife, surpassed Madame Qiao in every aspect. The first madam had the choice to either receive her visit or decline it. "Auntie, would you mind visiting Xian and inquiring about her thoughts on the matter?" Essentially, this meant that if Qiao Xian desired any form of retribution, the first madam would support her. Auntie Hua replied and personally went to speak with Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian smiled and said, "I forgot to inform Auntie about this. My lineal mother did suggest that I visit Auntie together with her, but I chose not to and ignored her request. I never expected them to arrive so quickly. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. It holds no significance for us. If Auntie wishes to meet them, she may do so." If she prefers not to, that's perfectly fine as well. I know what I need to do. Qiao Xian had already thought about what to say to Madame Qiao when she inquired why they weren't traveling together. Her intention was to demonstrate to Officer Qiao that they were not mere puppets controlled by his strings, obligated to obey his every command. If Officer Qiao couldn't tolerate it, Qiao Xian secretly wished for a confrontation. If Officer Qiao could endure it, then she would have to put in even more effort to strengthen their relationship. Auntie Hua understood Qiao Xian's point. She nodded and asked, "What will you say if she asks whether you're here?" "Auntie, you can tell her whatever she wants to hear. Just make sure not to disclose our whereabouts or reveal our business dealings with young Master Yuezheng," Qiao Xian instructed Auntie Hua. Auntie Hua comprehended the situation and nodded before taking her leave. In the guest house, Madame Qiao had mixed feelings upon hearing the response. The first madam provided a diplomatic answer, stating that they were occupied with numerous engagements on the double 9th day and proposed visiting Madame Qiao the following day. This effectively prevented them from spending the day with the Yuezheng family. Furthermore, while Madame Qiao mentioned Qiao Xian, the first madam made no mention of her in the reply, which surprised Madame Qiao. Qiao Wei found this unsurprising and sneered, "That girl must be lying. If she truly had a good relationship with the first madam, why wouldn't the first madam mention her?" The first madam would have answered this question by stating that they never inquired about Qiao Xian in the first place. Chapter 775. Visiting Madame Qiao. Having received a response that only expressed gratitude for taking care of Qiao Xian and nothing more, refrained from adding any additional information herself. Madame Qiao pondered aloud, "But if she's lying, where did she acquire the funds for such expensive jewelry?" Qiao Wei was at a loss for words. They had never possessed anything valuable like those ornaments, yet they could discern that none of them were counterfeit. "We'll find out when we meet the first madam. Unfortunately, we won't be able to spend the festival with the Yuezheng family." However, Qiao Wei found solace in the thought that Qiao Xian must be in a similar situation to theirs. Their objective had been to spend the day with the Yuezheng family in order to forge a closer bond. Regrettably, that goal remained unfulfilled, leaving them feeling greatly disappointed. On the day of the Double Ninth Festival, the first madam and Yuezheng Shao extended an invitation to the first section of the Shao family to join them on a wagon ride outside the city. Jean had made all the arrangements in the abbey early in the morning. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, the abbey had been adorned with an abundance of specially cultivated chrysanthemums. Outside the abbey, wild chrysanthemums in various shades of light purple, yellow, and white blanketed the mountains and plains, creating a stunning and captivating sight in this autumn season. Yuezheng Shao took Shao Yunduan and his father for a tour outside, while the first madam accompanied Ms. Fang, Qiao Xian, and the other girls on a mountain excursion. While mountains were a common sight in the countryside, the view here at the abbey was distinct and carefully chosen by the Yuezheng family. The mountain path had been well maintained, with numerous flowers and trees planted for people to admire. Along the way, several pavilions provided resting spots. The highest pavilion on the mountain was spacious, where guests were served fruit snacks, cooked tea, and enjoyed their beverages. When viewed from a distance, the scene was truly magnificent. The entire day passed joyfully, leaving everyone in high spirits. The first madam decided to escort them directly back home, and they all agreed to spend the night together. The Yuezheng family also had their own reunion on this day. When the first madam, Old Master, and Yuezheng Shao insisted that they join, Ms. Fang and her family couldn't refuse. The Old Master and the first madam were deeply grateful to Qiao Xian for saving their lives, and with the two families engaged in business together, it was only fitting that they gathered for a festive dinner. As the head of the family, the first madam intended to address any misbehavior from the second section of the family during this special occasion. Annoyance. Mi Jr. wasn't foolish enough to cause trouble. She may not have been thrilled about the gathering, but she knew when to act accordingly. Madame Yuezheng accepted the proposal, considering it was suggested by the first section of the family. Furthermore, Yunduan held the title of provincial champion and maintained a good relationship with young Master Xie. Thus, it was advantageous for them to establish friendly ties with the Shao family. Ms.Me Jr. didn't dare to cause trouble, but she and her daughter were eager to witness an entertaining spectacle. They believed that Shao Yunduan's title wouldn't make any significant difference. After all, they considered themselves a simple rural family with limited knowledge and experience. Such grand feasts and extravagant gatherings were completely foreign to them. They were certain to become the subject of ridicule and mockery. However, what Ms.Me Jr. and her daughter were unaware of was that Qiao Xian possessed exceptional cooking skills and was well-versed in a wide variety of dishes. She had never been hesitant to share her culinary creations with her family, who had enjoyed a diverse range of delicacies. While the county may have had limited ingredients, the province offered a wide selection. Qiao Xian and Shao Yunduan always made sure to bring an abundance of ingredients back home during their visits. Chapter 776. Practical as the sumptuous and expensive dishes were served on the table, they were indeed delicious, but not to the extent that the entire Shao family abandoned their manners and devoured the food without restraint. Contrarily, Ms. Fang had never been an arrogant individual, and she had instilled good values in her children. Prior to their visit to the province, Ms. Fang had anticipated their trip to the Yuezheng family and had asked Qiao Xian to educate the family on proper etiquette in an affluent household. They were determined to learn and avoid any embarrassing situations. Although Qiao Xian's knowledge was limited, having attended numerous banquets with the First Madam, she had acquired some understanding along the way. Thus, she imparted this knowledge to her family accordingly. Now, everything was put into practice. No one exhibited any misbehavior. Even Madame Yuezheng was pleasantly surprised. She had mentally prepared herself for any potential faux pas from this rural family. But such concerns were unnecessary. Even Madame Yuezheng couldn't help but admire the Shao family, recognizing that they were genuinely kind-hearted and pleasant people. The first section of the family had truly made wise choices in their friendships. The dinner proceeded exceptionally well, with both guests and hosts thoroughly enjoying themselves. The atmosphere was lively and joyous. In the evening, the First Madam insisted that Yuezheng Shao accompany the Shao family back home. Ms. Fang initially intended to decline the offer, but the First Madam insisted, saying, "You are our guests, and that's how we treat our guests. Please don't be formal, Sister Fang." Ms. Fang expressed her gratitude and accepted the kind gesture. The following day, the First Madam even dispatched some of her staff to deliver 2 jars of wine, a basket of live crabs, and 2 baskets filled with fresh grapes and pomegranates to the Shao family for their enjoyment. Ms. Fang expressed her sincere gratitude, continuously praising Qiao Xian for befriending such wonderful individuals. Through this connection, she successfully established a friendship with the First Madam and the kind-hearted Yuezheng family. During this time, Xie Jingrong and Yuezheng Shao paid a visit to the Shao family. With old friends gathered together, the gathering was filled with warmth and happiness. Qiao Xian, Tao Tao, and young Xiaoni decided to purchase additional ingredients from the nearby market and invited Xie Jingrong and Yuezheng Shao to stay for lunch. They skillfully steamed the crabs and prepared various other delectable dishes. Madame Qiao couldn't contain her excitement and eagerly took Qiao Ko and Qiao Wei to visit the Yuezheng family. Concubine Du, on the other hand, was asked to remain at the hostel. Although Concubine Du complained silently within her heart, she dared not voice her grievances or challenge Madame Qiao's decision. She knew better than to oppose Madame Qiao. Meanwhile, the First Madam treated everyone with kindness and grace, not finding fault with anyone but displaying her impeccable manners. But First Madam had no intention of introducing them to Madame Yuezheng. While the First Madam treated them as guests, her hospitality was not entirely sincere. However, in the eyes of Madame Qiao and her 2 daughters, they were overwhelmed with excitement, feeling that the First Madam was showing them great warmth and affection. Unaware of their empty flattery, the First Madam grew increasingly impatient. She was on the verge of instructing Auntie Hua to find an excuse to politely decline their request when Madame Qiao suddenly inquired about Qiao Xian. Xian mentioned that she arrived in the province before us. She expressed her desire to pay her respects to you. Has she been here? First Madame smiled and nodded. Yes, Xian and Sister Fang have already been here. In fact, I invited them to join us for a tour outside the city, and we even shared a celebratory dinner together yesterday in honor of the Double Ninth Festival. Chapter 777, Visiting, What? You invited them to spend the day together? The three women's expressions instantly changed. Qiuyue reacted the most fiercely, her anger bursting forth without any hesitation. First Madame observed their reactions and sneered inwardly, perplexed by their distress. Why did they care so much about her treating Qiao Xian kindly? Why were they reacting so miserably, especially elder Miss Zhao? She appeared as though she had been struck. First Madame couldn't comprehend it at all. It was true that the entire family disliked Qiao Xian and had never treated her well. But she had openly invited Qiao Xian and her family to visit, with no intention of hiding her actions. She smiled and explained, I have always held great admiration for Xian, and I genuinely like her. Her husband and my son have established a good relationship, so when they came for a visit, I invited them to join us for dinner to celebrate and enjoy each other's company. Qiao Ko found satisfaction in Madame Qiao and Qiao Wei's displeasure. However, upon hearing First Madame speak so highly of Qiao Xian, she also felt annoyed. She smiled and inquired, So, the second sister was here? Where are they staying? My sisters and I have missed her terribly. Madame Qiao forced a smile and requested, Please, do tell us. She felt extremely irritated. However, she couldn't blame First Madame for inviting Qiao Xian and her in-laws to dinner while excluding them. Madame Qiao wasn't in a position to voice her displeasure, nor did she dare to do so. Before First Madame could respond, Qiuyue interjected, The second sister is always so selfish. She only cares about herself and not others. We discussed coming to the province together, but she arrived first without informing us. We don't even know where to find her. First Madame's expression faltered upon hearing Qiao Wei's words. She forced a fake smile and remarked, I'll admire her strong-willed personality. She's a remarkable young woman, and I appreciate her assertiveness. Elder Miss Qiao, perhaps you have misunderstood her? Madame Qiao, quick to defend her daughters, interrupted Qiuyue, saying, They are close sisters and have always been carefree with each other. That's what Qiuyue meant. First Madame smiled and nodded, saying, Of course. Auntie Hua finally found an excuse and said, First Madame, the housekeepers from the Southern Abbey are here waiting to see you. They have an urgent matter and need your attention before they leave, so, First Madame gave a regretful smile to Madame Qiao and said, I'll apologize, but I must attend to this matter. Perhaps we can continue our conversation next time, Madame Qiao? Madame Qiao, accustomed to being treated with respect and courtesy due to her association with County Magistrate Qiao, felt a surge of irritation. It had been years since she had been dismissed as a guest. Maintaining the family's reputation was crucial in business circles. Feeling her frustration mounting, she couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up, forced a smile, and bid farewell. Very well then. Goodbye. Goodbye. First Madame also rose from her seat and saw them off with a smile. Maids quickly stepped forward and escorted them out of the premises. Chapter 778. Feeling sorry, Qiuyue and Qiao Ko felt a mix of disappointment and annoyance. They had expected First Madame to be generous and offer them presents as well. After all, she had showered Qiao Xian with precious gifts. Why were they being treated so differently? They couldn't help but wonder why the Yuezheng family didn't even bother to offer any presents during their first meeting. It seemed unfair and left them feeling overlooked. Unbeknownst to them, First Madame had indeed prepared some gifts. However, upon hearing Qiuyue speak ill of Qiao Xian and Qiao Ko constantly indicating their annoyance towards her, First Madam's initial goodwill wavered. She was a perceptive person and understood that maintaining superficial connections was unnecessary. Ultimately, she decided not to present them with any gifts. It was a subtle way of expressing her dissatisfaction and protecting Qiao Xian from unfair treatment. Madame Qiao, on the other hand, grew increasingly irritated by her encounter with First Madam. She couldn't fathom what was wrong with the Yuezheng family. She was about to return to the capital with her husband, and she had no intention of cultivating any further relationship with them. Perhaps their family's business in the north wasn't doing as well as she had presumed. Madame Qiao couldn't comprehend the arrogance displayed by the Yuezheng family in treating an officer's wife so poorly. In her eyes, they were nothing more than a group of uncivilized and narrow-minded individuals lacking basic manners. While she acknowledged that there was little she could do about the Yuezheng family directly, she was determined to make Qiao Xian suffer. Madame Qiao refused to let Qiao Xian believe that her husband's newfound status made her invincible. As the girl's biological mother, Madame Qiao believed she had the authority to teach her a lesson, despite her marriage. As Madame Qiao and her daughters departed from First Madam's residence, a realization struck her. First Madam had failed to provide them with the information regarding Qiao Xian and her in-laws' whereabouts. However, it was not feasible for her to turn back and inquire at that moment. Madame Qiao reluctantly let go of the thought, feeling even more disgruntled. Just as she was leaving the mansion with her biological daughter and the concubine's daughter, they unexpectedly encountered Ms. Mi Jr. Ms. Mi Jr. initially didn't recognize Madame Qiao and her daughters, resulting in a frown on her face. However, the maid intervened and introduced both parties to each other. Upon learning that Ms. Mi Jr. was the second Madame Yuezheng, Madame Qiao felt a surge of motivation and greeted her, inadvertently revealing her status as Qiao Xian's biological mother. She wanted to make it clear that Qiao Xian would never escape the influence of the Qiao family. Mi Jr.'s eyes lit up, and she greeted Madame Qiao with a smile. "Oh, Mrs. Shao's lineal mother, greetings. You are too kind, second Mrs. Yuezheng." Madame Qiao felt even more irritated seeing Ms. Mi Jr. greet her for Qiao Xian's sake. Madame Qiao couldn't help but wonder if that wretched girl had managed to gather so many allies. She knew that First Madam didn't wish to keep her around, and Ms. Mi Jr.'s husband had sons of his own. It was a well-known fact that biological mothers and the children of concubines were rarely on good terms. Thus, Ms. Mi Jr. saw an opportunity to cause trouble, leveraging her position as the second madam to spite Qiao Xian's lineal mother. "My elder sister-in-law must be too busy to receive you well. I am free. If you want, what about having tea with me? We can have some nice chats with each other too." Faced with Ms. Mi Jr.'s warm, open arms, Madame Qiao and the two daughters were so surprised and glad. They were never going to miss this open opportunity. Madame Qiao accepted the invitation directly. Therefore, the three women walked away with Ms. Mi Jr. But the maid who was supposed to lead them out could not do anything, but reported the situation to First Madam honestly. First Madam was very surprised. But she did not mind. Instead, she smiled briefly. "My sister-in-law is very hospitable. She was never up to any good." But that did not bother her. Chapter 779. Unfriendly visit. She was up to no good. But that did not bother her. Ms. Mi Jr.'s actions and desires were beyond First Madam's control, as she was an independent individual with her own motives. However, First Madam remained unconcerned about Ms. Mi Jr.'s tricks. Madame Qiao and her two daughters were warmly received by Ms. Mi Jr. and her family. They had pleasant conversations, and Yuezheng Ting, Qiao Ko, and Qiuyue quickly formed a friendship. It was a surprising turn of events for Madame Qiao and her daughters, leaving them highly satisfied when they departed in the afternoon. During their conversation, they found common ground in their dislike for Qiao Xian, Shao Yunduan, and the Shao family. Madame Qiao couldn't help but sneer as they left the Yuezheng family, instructing the coachman to take them to the alleyway. That damned girl had the audacity to buy a house in the province. But on that particular day, Xie Jingrong and Yuezheng Shao paid a visit to Shao Yunduan. They spent half a day together and extended an invitation for a small gathering the next day before their departure. Madame Qiao and her daughters arrived immediately after Xie Jingrong and Yue Shao had left. Qiao Xian and her family had been exploring the city and enjoying various activities, such as attending flower shows and hiking. They decided to have a well-deserved rest at home in the coming days. As a result, Qiao Xian, Ms. Fang, and the rest of the family were all present at home when Madame Qiao and her daughters arrived. The gate housekeepers were previously employed by First Madam. She had even transferred their contracts to Qiao Xian, so they now worked for her. They were responsible for taking care of the house in Qiao Xian's absence. Auntie Ling knocked forcefully on the door, and when the housekeeper opened it, he was greeted by Madame Qiao, her 2 daughters, 2 maids, and Auntie Ling. They all seemed to exude an air of intensity that made him feel slightly uneasy. The housekeeper was taken aback by the unexpected visitors. "Excuse me, who are you?" he asked, trying to regain his composure. Auntie Ling put on a strained smile. "Yes, this is the residence of the Shao family from Shaoding village. We have come to visit." The housekeeper nodded, still somewhat bewildered. "Very well. Madame Qiao is the lineal mother of your Mrs. Shao. Please inform her and ask her to come out and greet us," Auntie Ling instructed, her tone leaving no room for argument. The housekeeper hesitated for a moment. He was unaware of the relationship between Madame Qiao and Mrs. Shao. However, without questioning further, he allowed them to enter and promptly informed his wife to relay the news to Mrs. Shao. Madame Qiao observed the expansive yard with a mix of envy and annoyance, her resentment growing. She was determined to take out her frustrations on Qiao Xian. Upon hearing of their arrival, Qiao Xian greeted the news with a smile. "I was just thinking about them. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly." Ms. Fang hesitated, concern evident on her face. "Qiao Xian, they have come here so swiftly. What do you plan to do? This house has plenty of rooms. If you don't mind, we can accommodate them for the night." Qiao Xian understood her mother-in-law's worries, aware that accommodating Madame Qiao and her daughters could strain their already delicate relationship. "Don't worry, Mom," Qiao Xian reassured her. "There's no need for them to stay overnight. One promise they won't want to." "That's good to hear," Ms. Fang replied, relieved. She, too, had no desire for Madame Qiao and her daughters to spend the night in their home. Feeling reassured by Qiao Xian's words, Ms. Fang smiled warmly. "Elle will go and see what our guests want. Xiaoni, Tao, Qiuyue, Unfriendly, let's all go and see them." Chapter 780. The Qiao family's business. She was determined to support her daughter-in-law, ready to confront any bullying from her lineal mother. With a sense of warmth in her heart, Qiao Xian smiled confidently. "All right, let's go and see what they want." The group made their way to the front yard, where they were met with piercing gazes from Madame Qiao and her 2 daughters. "Qiao Xian, how dare you buy a house behind our backs? Explain yourself." Madame Qiao's voice was filled with anger. Qiuyue couldn't contain her frustration any longer and erupted in a furious shout. "Explain yourself, Qiao Xian." Qiao Xian raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Explain? You're speechless, aren't you? If it wasn't for second Mrs. Yue, we wouldn't have found out about this." Qiao Wei's voice was filled with contempt. Ms. Fang cleared her throat, displaying confusion. "Madam-in-law, your daughter is speaking quite rudely. Why should we have to inform you about our house purchases?" "Qiuyue." Madame Qiao was stuck in words. Indeed, the Shao family had every right to purchase the house without informing the Qiao family, as they didn't rely on them for financial support. The Qiao family's furious rush forward seemed unreasonable. Qiuyue, determined to provoke a confrontation, sneered, "We're all here together, so why pretend? Qiao Xian, did you pay for that house? Where did you get the money from?" Qiao Xian did buy the house and possessed the contract. However, Ms. Fang had never asked her about it or sought to claim ownership for herself. Being an honest person, she appeared somewhat hesitant. Qiao Xian spoke up, "Elder sister, you've never been to the Shao family, So how can you know their financial situation? The Shao family purchased the house. Young Master Yuezheng and my husband have been friends for a long time, so it's only natural for him to assist when my husband wanted to buy a house like this. Qiuyue seethed with anger and exclaimed, "Second Mrs. Yuezheng claimed that first madam gave you this house." Xiao Xian responded calmly, "Oh, she lied." Qiuyue sneered, "That's impossible." "Why do you think so? If you want, you can bring second Mrs. Yuezheng and first madam here, and we can all discuss this together." Qiuyue glared at her fiercely. She knew she would never be able to bring second Mrs. Yuezheng or first Niadame here. Xiao Xian was deliberately making things difficult for her. It was all intentional. All right, Wei, Madame Qiao understood the situation clearly. They knew something fishy was going on, but they lacked proof to support their claims. Xiao Xian and Ms. Fang exchanged arguments, but they couldn't find any inconsistencies in each other's statements. "Mrs.-in-law, why don't you invite us inside for some tea?" Ms. Fang stepped aside and said, "Please come in." Madame Qiao glanced at Xiao Xian with a mix of disappointment and concern. "Didn't you say we were traveling together? Why did you leave on your own? Your father and I missed you." Xiao Xian responded calmly, "Mom and Dad, third brother, third sister-in-law Tao, and Qi were all eager to come here. I was so caught up in the excitement that I forgot to inform you. I apologize, Mother. I will talk to Father about this. He is understanding, and am sure he won't hold it against me." Chapter 781. Cheap Deal. Madame Qiao. Madame Qiao's anger intensified. She had not expected Xiao Xian to be so adept at handling the situation. It only fueled her regret further. She wondered why she had allowed Xiao Xian to marry Shao Yunduan in the first place. Perhaps she should have sent her to become a nun instead. Qiuyue couldn't bear Xiao Xian's deliberate arguments. "You did this on purpose. What a pathetic excuse. Xiao Xian, you are truly wicked." Xiao Xian inwardly sighed, thinking, "How can you be so foolish?" Unsurprisingly, Ms. Fang didn't take kindly to Qiuyue's accusation. She retorted, "Elder Miss Qiao, my daughter-in-law is telling the truth. We were all eager to explore the province, so we came together as a family." Young Xiaoni chimed in, "Yes, we were all excited about this trip. My fifth sister-in-law is incredibly kind and patient, explaining everything to us because we are unfamiliar with the area. It's only natural that she got caught up and forgot to inform you. Can't you understand that?" Taro chimed in saying, "We're not perfect, we can forget things." "Yeah, stop nitpicking. You're right, everyone can forget things." Xiao Xian smiled warmly and contentedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. It was indeed a delightful day. Qiuyue's face contorted in frustration. What was going on? How had Xiao Xian managed to win everyone over? Had she bought them off? Qiao Ko couldn't help but feel bitter and envious. It seemed like the women from the Shao family were all standing up for Xiao Xian and contradicting Qiuyue. Xiao Xian was incredibly fortunate to have such supportive in-laws. In the end, it turned out that Xiao Xian was the one who had struck gold. Xiao Xian's popularity among the Shao family took Madame Qiao by surprise. She hadn't expected the women from the countryside to stand up for Xiao Xian and contradict her own daughter. Yet, she couldn't deny that Xiao Xian had carelessly fallen into their trap, leaving her with no excuses to defend her. Madame Qiao sighed inwardly, realizing that her daughter's impulsive behavior had put her in a difficult position. Trying to diffuse the tension, Madame Qiao forced a smile. Wei has always wanted to travel with Xian, and she was disappointed when it didn't happen. That's why she spoke rudely. "Please, Mrs. In-law, don't be angry with her." Xiao Xian gracefully responded, "It's all right, Mother. My mother-in-law is understanding and forgiving. She won't hold any grudges against my sister." She explained herself to avoid any misunderstandings. Young Xiaoni chimed in, "Yes, my mother-in-law is truly wonderful. She treats us with so much kindness." The two sister-in-laws exchanged a warm smile, appreciating each other's positive qualities. Young Xiaoni, being down-to-earth and genuine, continued to speak highly of her mother-in-law, unaware of the underlying tension. Chapter 782. Staying away. Madame Qiao was aware that First Madame held a dislike towards them, and she acknowledged First Madame's strong and independent nature, making it difficult to influence her. Qiao Xian's behavior didn't offer much support either, as her attitude seemed to align with First Madame's. Despite this, Madame Qiao felt fortunate to have made a connection with Second Mrs. Yuezheng. However, what Madame Qiao didn't realize was that Second Mrs. Yuezheng had no involvement in the family's business affairs. She lacked the capability to contribute or meddle in any significant way. Her only purpose seemed to be sowing discord among the family members, making her a rather futile contact. Nonetheless, Madame Qiao couldn't leave abruptly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she decided to take her leave, requesting Qiao Xian to see them off. "Elle would like to have a word with you," Madame Qiao stated. "Of course, mother," Qiao Xian responded promptly, showing no hesitation. Ms. Fang and young Xiaoni exchanged worried glances as they observed the interaction between Madame Qiao and Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian reassured them with a smile and a slight shake of her head, indicating that she could handle the situation. Madame Qiao grew increasingly annoyed by this display. She felt a sense of frustration towards how the entire family seemed to perceive her. How could an in-law family behave in such a manner? Qiao Xian accompanied them outside. In the front yard, Madame Qiao cast a glance at the others, signaling her desire to speak with Qiao Xian privately. Qiao Wei wasn't particularly pleased, but after a momentary exchange of glances with Qiao Xian, she reluctantly complied. "Do you have something to say to me?" Qiao Xian asked with a smile. "You are the wife of the provincial champion, and your popularity is soaring. I don't dare to give you any orders," Madame Qiao remarked sarcastically. Qiao Xian maintained a pretense of ignorance towards the mockery, responding with a bashful smile, "I'm not that popular, but I'm happy. After all, my husband holds the title of provincial champion." Madame Qiao's expression softened slightly. Why had she attempted to mock Qiao Xian in the first place? She gazed at Qiao Xian intently and asked, "Qiao Xian, I can see through you now. Do you hate me and the old master?" Qiao Xian denied it, a serene expression on her face. "That's not true. We can simply keep our distance from each other, just as we have done in the past." Madame Qiao sneered. "Shao Yunduan is still far from becoming an official. Are you already trying to push us away?" Qiao Xian countered, "Haven't we always been distant from each other? What do you mean by pushing you away now?" Madame Qiao felt a mix of shame and anger welling up within her. Indeed, their relationship had been virtually non-existent until Old Master sought to curry favor with Shao Yunduan, considering his promising future. "You truly despise us. What do you think the Old Master will do when he learns of this?" Madame Qiao questioned. Qiao Xian maintained her smile. "As a married daughter, you have no power over me. Madame Qiao, focus on earning the trust of County Magistrate Qiao first." "You." Madame Qiao's mind raced with one thought, "I won't let her live in peace. I won't let Shao Yunduan succeed. Otherwise, this wretched girl will overshadow and trample over me." "You were the one who made the lipsticks, weren't you?" Madame Qiao suddenly inquired, recalling the information she had heard from Ms. Mi Jr. The popularity of the lipsticks was undeniable, and Madame Qiao was well aware of how challenging it was to obtain one. Qiao Xian, in her eyes, lacked the skill to create such exquisite products. However, Madame Qiao couldn't dismiss the possibility that Ms. Mi Jr. had spoken the truth. Qiao Xian had been deceiving her all along, hiding her true abilities. She lied. She lied so she could create those lipsticks, Madame Qiao realized. Qiao Xian met her gaze, a smile playing on her lips as she nodded. "Yes, I did." Chapter 783. Trouble Madame Qiao felt a surge of anger and frustration upon learning the extent of Qiao Xian's success. It was a substantial amount of money that Qiao Xian had made from the lipstick business. The popularity of the lipsticks had persisted for over a year in the province, and yet Madame Qiao and her old master had struggled immensely to gather enough funds for old master's position in the capital. If only she had known about Qiao Xian's financial success earlier, she wouldn't have endured so many sleepless nights or sold precious belongings. Qiao Xian, seemingly aware of Madame Qiao's vexation, added fuel to the fire with a mischievous smile. Actually, it's not entirely my doing. My sister-in-laws have been instrumental, and this wealth belongs to the Shao family. Madame Qiao forced a smile, understanding that Qiao Xian was purposefully provoking her. However, she was at a loss as to what she could do about the situation. Even though she now knew that Qiao Xian was the mastermind behind the profitable lipstick business, she was powerless to take action against her. Madame Qiao's mind was filled with determination. She refused to let go of the matter regarding the lipsticks. She planned to discuss it with the old master, seeking to acquire the instructions and secure a continuous source of wealth for their family. With the success of the lipstick business, both she and the old master would no longer have to face financial hardships. Furthermore, Madame Qiao had heard that the lipsticks had made their way to the capital and were receiving positive acclaim. If she could obtain the source of these lipsticks, she could establish connections with influential and noble individuals, potentially improving their social standing. For now, she would have to endure and bide her time. The Shao family is indeed remarkable. You're fortunate to have married into such a capable family, Madame Qiao remarked sarcastically. Qiao Xian maintained her composure and replied, "Thank you for acknowledging their assistance, mother. I will always remember your kindness." Madame Qiao sneered in response. "Make sure you do." She then took Qiuyue and Xiaoko with her, and Qiuyue was on the verge of asking a question when she abruptly stopped. "Mother, the Shao family is quite formidable. Shao Yunduan is just an ordinary recommended man. They think they have already reached great heights." Qiuyue was seething with anger. "Qiao Xian never mentioned this house to us. Is it so degrading to have a house like this? She didn't even invite us to stay. But I wouldn't want to stay with her either. And she doesn't say a word about it. Mother, she's humiliating you," Qiuyue exclaimed, her frustration evident. Madame Qiao's expression turned cold. Indeed, Qiao Xian was humiliating her. She was also humiliating the old master. They were both in trouble now. The old master was too foolish to realize that they were not hated. The couple was narrow-minded and sought revenge. Let it go. Don't waste your anger on such people. We now know everything about her, and I will have a serious conversation with your father, Madame Qiao stated firmly. And don't mention the lipsticks in front of her. Qiuyue's eyes gleamed with curiosity. She asked indignantly, "I almost forgot to ask her. Mother, did she really make those lipsticks?" Madame Qiao nodded. Qiuyue gasped, her disbelief evident on her face. Qiaoko looked up, his expression filled with shock. "I can't believe it," Qiuyue exclaimed, struggling to accept the reality. How could she possibly create something as amazing as lipsticks? It's impossible. Madame Qiao's tone turned ominous as she responded, "I thought the same. When did that wretched girl learn about this? But just look at her, always pretending, and we never knew what she was capable of." Qiuyue was at a loss for words. Chapter 784. Invitation. Qiao Xian had undergone a remarkable transformation from her previous timid demeanor as the daughter of a concubine. Second Mrs. Zhang's words held a persuasive power that resonated with Qiuyue. It became apparent that the favorable treatment Qiao Xian and the Shao family received from the Yunduan family was not due to genuine friendship but driven by their pursuit of profits. The memory of the alluring lipsticks, particularly the limited editions she had glimpsed in a store a few days ago, filled Qiuyue's mind, intensifying her desire to acquire them immediately. "Mom, can't we get a few sets from her?" Qiuyue blurted out, referring to the woman in question. Xiao Ko, equally captivated by the allure of the lipsticks, contemplated for a moment and then smiled, saying, "Mother, I also wish to have some. After all, our sister is the one who creates them. It seems only fair that she shares a few with us, wouldn't you agree?" Madame Qiao responded, "Let's not ask her right away. I have a plan." Qiao Wei's dissatisfaction was evident, but Xiao Ko, ever agreeable, smiled and expressed her agreement with their mother's decision. The Qiao family's absence from the doorstep brought a sense of relief to the Shao family. Qiao Xian shifted her focus towards purchasing 1,000 mu of land instead. With the assistance of the Yuezheng family, she smoothly carried out the development plan for the barren lands by enlisting people to conduct explorations. Qiao Xian once again approached Yuezheng Shao, requesting additional seeds of tangerines, pomelos, dragon fruits, and papayas from the southern region. The more seeds she could acquire, the better. She resolved to plant them as soon as possible, eager to see if her extraordinary abilities could help them survive the winter. If mangoes, lychees, and longans bore fruit next year, she intended to expand their cultivation further. Yuezheng Shao, displaying great generosity, responded by personally hiring reliable individuals from his own family company to procure the seeds. Ensuring the survival of the transported seedlings became their primary concern, though Qiao Xian and the others were confident it wouldn't pose significant difficulties. Qiao Xian held no worries about the transportation process. These seedlings were not delicate or fragile, they could withstand the journey without issue. Particularly the dragon fruits and papayas, which were known for their resilience. In addition to acquiring fruits from the southern region, Qiao Xian secured 30 mu of land for lemon trees and another 20 mu for figs. Once Qiao Xian finalized the plan, she no longer had to visit the fields daily since Yuezheng Shao's team took care of the necessary arrangements. However, Qiao Xian didn't completely delegate the responsibility. She continued to make regular visits to the fields. Sometimes, she would bring along Tao Tao and Yang Xiaoni, allowing them to accompany her and learn more about the process, which would prove beneficial for their own knowledge. On a particular day, an unexpected invitation arrived from Yuezheng Ting, inviting Qiao Xian to a gathering. Qiao Xian was taken aback by the surprise invitation but ultimately accepted it wholeheartedly. Qiao Xian found herself without the company of Yang Xiaoni, Tao Tao, or Qiuyue. However, she knew she had to protect herself even without their presence. Escorted by a female maid, Qiao Xian climbed into a wagon that would take them beyond the city's limits. Curiosity did not drive her to inquire about their destination. Eventually, they arrived at a mansion situated in an outskirts area. Qiao Xian spotted Yuezheng Ting engaged in conversation with Qiao Ko and Qiuyue. While she hadn't anticipated this meeting, she wasn't surprised either. Madame Qiao had previously spoken with Ms. Mi Jr., and it was only natural for Qiao Ko and Qiuyue to form a friendship. Qiao Xian understood the underlying dynamics. "Mrs. Shao, how unexpected to have you respond to my invitation. What a delightful surprise." Yuezheng Ting sneered, her tone laced with mockery. Yuezheng Ting knew that she could never marry Xie Jingrong. Yet, she refused to be forced into a union with anyone else, especially when her mother persisted in finding a suitable suitor. Yuezheng Ting was determined to find a way to escape such arrangements. Chapter 785. Bold Xie Jingrong held a special place in Yuezheng Ting's heart. He served as her standard when it came to seeking a potential suitor. When Yuezheng Ting faced obstacles that prevented her from reaching her goals, she often needed to direct her frustration towards someone else, as a means to convince herself that her own abilities were not at fault. Regrettably, Qiao Xian was the unfortunate target of this misplaced anger. "Thank you, Lady Yuezheng. I could never refuse your gracious invitation. However, it would have been nice if you had informed me about my sisters. That would have brought me even more joy." Qiuyue snorted dismissively, casting a cold gaze in her direction. This woman truly excelled at boastful remarks. Not a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. No wonder Mother had admitted to misjudging her character. Qiao Xian now understood why. Qiao Ko exchanged a glance with Qiao Xian, chuckling softly. It's never too late to learn about it now, sister. Xiao Xian responded, her tone laced with humor. Indeed. I'll simply consider it a grand surprise party in my honor. The three girls. A grand surprise party? Xiao Xian really knew how to make herself special, didn't she? Would like to visit Lingyuan Temple and see the flowers. Hi, don't we go together? Yue Ting suggested, her tone betraying annoyance. Xiao Xian didn't refuse the proposal. Instead, she smiled and agreed. They boarded the wagon and set off towards Lingyuan Temple. The temple wasn't too far from the mansion, and they reached it within half an hour. Nestled amidst the mountains, the temple was surrounded by towering ancient trees. As they ascended the steps, the tranquility of the surroundings dispelled the remnants of summer's heat. Normally, climbing the mountain with close friends and family would be a delightful experience, creating a sense of contentment. However, with Yue Ting, Qiao Ko, and Qiao Wei by her side, Xiao Xian had to remain cautious and curious. Xiao Xian had no idea of their true intentions for bringing her here, but she was certain that they had ulterior motives. With her superpower by her side, Xiao Xian felt no worry at all. Lady Yue held considerable influence, and it seemed she had made prior arrangements, as the monks warmly received them and provided a serene courtyard for their rest. Qiao Ko and Qiao Wei rarely ventured out, as there were limited places for amusement in the county. Thus, they displayed great interest in the temple, which was renowned as one of the province's 3 great temples. As Yue Ting had visited numerous times, she took great pride in showing them around and sharing information about its history. The landscape in the back mountain was breathtakingly beautiful. On this delightful autumn day, flowers adorned every corner. Yue Ting guided them through the scenic areas, and they engaged in pleasant conversations as they strolled. The mountainous terrain was rugged, twisting, and uneven, far from flat. Yue Ting and Qiao Wei exchanged a knowing glance before shifting their gaze to their maids. Li and Fendi approached Xiao Xian with deliberate slowness, before suddenly giving her a push and a shove. With a startled scream, Xiao Xian tumbled down the hill, rolling all the way until she landed amidst the shrubbery, her cries echoing in the air. Observing Xiao Xian lying motionless in the grass, the group assumed she had lost consciousness. Yue Ting chuckled and sneered, "Elle thought she was quite nimble. Turns out she's just a fragile little thing." Qiao Ko joined in the laughter, remarking, "She brought this upon herself by being so confident and coming alone." "That was a foolish decision on her part," added another girl. The trio erupted in laughter, relishing in the situation. Qiao Wei, wearing a satisfied expression, flattered Yue Ting with a smile. "You are truly clever, Sister Yue. With her reputation ruined, she will never be able to recover." They eagerly anticipated whether Xiao Xian's provincial champion husband would still want her after such a downfall. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.